Please welcome to the stage Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont and Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Luke Bronin, Mayor of the City of Hartford, and it is such an honor to join Governor Lamont in welcoming you this morning. I want to say a huge thank you to the University of Hartford for hosting us today. And I also want to acknowledge Mayor Cantor and Mayor Wong from West Hartford and Bloomfield, with whom we share this campus. And I want to say thank you to Senator Murphy for pulling us together today. Senator Murphy, you are the single strongest voice for common sense gun laws in the United States Congress, and you are one of the strongest voices for gun safety in this entire country, and we are so proud that you're our senator. Along with Senator Blumenthal and our incredible delegation, a year ago you led the passage of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. And the passage of that act and the signing of that law by President Biden was a watershed event. It was a watershed event not because it solved all the problems. We know there's so much work left to do, but because it showed us, after decades of inaction, that progress is possible. It was possible because elected officials had the courage to take that vote, and that was possible because the people in this room built a movement. It happened because students walked out and marched for their lives and kept marching. It happened because moms organized around the country to demand action. It happened because, along with them, groups like Giffords and Brady and Everytown and Sandy Hook Promise came together and built a movement that is stronger than the NRA by far. And of course, it happened because we have a president who promised to break the logjam despite all of our political divides and has delivered on that promise again and again and again. I serve a city that has seen more than its share of gun violence. I've sat in living rooms with people that I know and love in the hours after they've lost a child or their grandchild. As a community, we've been to the funerals and the vigils of a 3-year-old boy who was shot in the backseat of his car, of a 12-year-old girl who was killed while out with friends, of a grandmother who was killed by a bullet through her window while she was making dinner in her apartment, and so many young men. We've seen our police take more illegal guns off the street than ever before, but still feel like they're swimming against the tide because those guns keep coming in, and more of those guns include ghost guns and guns with high-capacity magazines and Glock switches. But we've also seen the power of this movement here in our community because we've seen people like Brother Carl and our Compass Peace Builders out there saving lives, de-escalating disputes. We've seen groups like Mothers United Against Violence and Hartford Communities That Care helping families to heal and grieve and work with law enforcement instead of seeking revenge. And because of the leadership of Governor Lamont and our legislature, we've seen Connecticut stay at the forefront of common sense gun laws in our country. Just this past week, Governor Lamont signed into law a comprehensive set of reforms that he fought for, that organizations like Connecticut Against Gun Violence organized and fought for. Grassroots organizations coming together to close loopholes on ghost guns, on extended magazines, and so many other things. It included provisions that a coalition of Connecticut mayors worked for. focused on accountability for serious repeat firearm offenders, because so much of the violence in our community is the responsibility of a small number of people. And we know that if we don't have serious consequences for those who break the laws, it doesn't make a difference if those laws are there. I'm so grateful that Connecticut has stayed in the lead. And so no matter why you're here, if you are an advocate or a policymaker or a survivor or a parent who has experienced the loss that no parent should ever have to feel, I hope you know that you have made the progress we're celebrating today possible, and that together we're going to keep that progress going. We are so deeply honored. We're so deeply honored to welcome the President of the United States here this afternoon. We're so honored that all of you are here today. And again, to Senator Murphy, I want to say thank you for showing us why and reminding us why we got to keep the faith no matter how long and narrow that path seems sometimes. And now, over to our great governor, Ned Lamont.
All right, good morning, everybody. You know why we have success here in this state when it comes to reasonable, smart, sane gun control laws? Because of you, because of a movement, because people stand up every day. And you know what you do as a movement? You keep moving. You're never satisfied. There's more we can do to keep you safe, keep our communities safe. And I love the fact that Connecticut is a leader, and we lead. You see what goes on in Washington, what we do here in Connecticut, we can take around the country, thanks to Chris Murphy. I'll just say, this is how laws happen. Starts with you. Starts with folks on the street. Starts with you telling us your stories. It starts with amazing mayors like Luke Bronin, the pain he feels when there's a shooting here. And he tells the story, tells me about how the world has changed in the last 10 years, how we have 10 times more of these illegal ghost guns, plastic guns, guns that's easy to take a pistol and turn it into a machine gun. Many cases, our cops are being outgunned. Says we got to do something about that. Reminds us that so many of these crimes are committed by a small group of people. Those are the folks who got to get the illegal guns off the street, and some of those folks off the street as well. And we listen to that, and our friends in the legislature listen to that. We put together a bill that gets passed, and I hope it makes as big a difference as those reforms after Sandy Hook did 10 years ago. We passed on a strong bipartisan basis 10 years ago after that incredible tragedy at Sandy Hook. Laws that made a difference, laws that now, last year, amazing Chris Murphy telling the Connecticut story, telling folks that these laws are making a difference. These laws in Connecticut are keeping people safe here. Look at the number of shootings, the number of murders, the number of suicides are way down in Connecticut compared to those states that are so permissive and having gun on every single street corner. We are much safer for it, and America would be much safer for it. Hopefully Chris Murphy and Dick Blumenthal, our delegation, could take the Connecticut example and take that around the rest of the country. It's a little ironic that Connecticut, for a couple of centuries, was known as the arsenal of democracy. Yeah, we had Colt firearms in Remington and Winchester, and we armed the militias, we armed the armies that fought for freedoms. But increasingly, those are the guns that leaked out on those streets, and those are the guns that no longer were fighting for freedom, but jeopardizing each and every one of you in communities across this state and across this country. So for the state that was once the arsenal of democracy is now the laboratory of change, the laboratory of democracy, making sure that the changes we make here, getting those ghost guns off the street, mental health, all the changes we can make at the national level. And I don't like the excuses from the NRA and others. Oh, Governor, it's not about guns, it's about mental health. It's about mental health. We're taking the lead there. We've had the biggest investment in mental health. We have Project Longevity and others going right there, helping out folks at the place where the violence happens. providing them the support that they need going forward, and doing that along with red flag laws, so that next to Adam Lanza will be a red flag. We'll know that somebody's going through severe distress, making it a lot less likely for him to be able to get a gun. And by the way, he won't be able to get that gun under his mom's bed because it'll be in safe storage under lock and key where it belongs. Yeah, then the NRA goes, it's not about guns. It's about getting those repeat gun offenders off the street. And look, it's a very small group. A lot of knuckleheads do stupid stuff. Those folks need, they help, get them back on the track. But there's a small group that commit 90% of those crimes. And those are the groups that we're going to be very strong about, making sure that we get the illegal guns off the street and we get them off the street as well. And finally, every time you tell me it's not about the guns, it's about the guns. It's about the guns. And we have more damn guns per person in this country than anywhere else on earth. And it shows. And you see that in the nature of the random violence out there, the gang violence, the perpetrated violence, drug-related violence, emotional suicide violence, and we can do so much better. The law we put in place, passed by the legislature, much stricter about getting those ghost guns off the street, much tougher about making it easier for cops to pick up people who are openly carrying those guns and making a difference there. Make a big difference in terms of law and order and safety, and it starts with each and every one of you. I want you to keep the pressure on me. I want you to keep the pressure on the legislature, and we can lead by example, because we know it works. We know what we do works, and I want to take this around the region and around the country. And I can't do it without a better partner than Chris Murphy. All right, Chris, now I'm filibustering because I think you're about to come out on stage. But this guy has taken the lead. He put together a coalition with our delegation, delegations on both sides of the aisle. Where's Chris? He's stepping up every day, making the difference that we need. He's the guy that got it together. He's the guy that got it done in Washington. He's the guy that's going to take our example and take it around the country. Chris Murphy.
Well, good morning. Another round of applause for our great governor, our great mayor, leading the way here in Connecticut. Well, thank you very much, everyone. Well, it is great to see a full house. Thank you all for traveling here. I got the chance to walk around the venue this morning, and I know we have people from all across the country who have joined us here today. And so I want to thank everyone who's with us here in person. I want to thank the thousands of people who are joining us online today for choosing to be part of the National Safer Communities Summit. Today is a really big day, and I just want to take my few minutes kicking off our discussion here to tell you why. First, we have brought together today the entirety of the anti-gun violence movement, and that in and of itself is a big deal. I want to thank all of our participating sponsors. You can see their names on displays throughout the venue. In particular, I want to just thank a few. I want to thank Brady for their decades-long legacy leading this fight. I want to thank all of the student groups and youth groups who are here, like March for Our Lives and Students Demand Action. And finally, this event could not have happened without Everytown, Moms Demand Action, and Giffords. Thank you to all three of those organizations. Those groups, along with me, are underwriting this event today. This summit is a small show of this movement's collective power, and when we work together, we are the strongest, and we should do it more often. Second, today is a big deal because of what we are celebrating. Last year, this month, Congress passed the first major gun safety bill in 30 years, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Now, it's a big deal for a few reasons. First, you know this, the NRA, the gun lobby, fought this bill tooth and nail. Every other gun rights group lobbied hard against it, but it still passed with broad bipartisan support, and that is an outcome that would have been inconceivable just a few years ago. And yes, it's true, there were some Republicans who just finally decided to do the right thing. There were some Republican hearts that softened, but mostly that outcome a year ago this month was just an exercise in sheer brute political force, right? In the middle of one of the early Senate Republican private meetings on the bill, I want to tell you a story about what happened. And I heard this story from my colleagues who were there presenting the early outlines of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act a few weeks before we took a vote on the Senate floor. In the middle of one of those meetings, an unnamed Republican senator stood up and lodged a complaint. And the complaint was basically this, I'm paraphrasing. He said, "Why are you going to make us vote on this bill?" And he's talking to the Republican sponsors of the bill. "I can't win either way. If I vote for this, I'm going to get in trouble with the gun lobby. But even worse, if I vote against it, I'm going to get in trouble with all my voters." And listen, that sounds like a simple thing to say, but that wouldn't have been uttered in a meeting like that 10 years ago, 5 years ago, even 2 years ago. Because now, for the first time, because of the movement that we have built, it is gun safety voters, not the NRA, who matters most in Washington. And so today we're going to talk about everything else that we still need to do, but we are also going to take a moment, the majority of today, to celebrate what we've done. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act involves 5 major changes in U.S. gun laws. First, it requires more background checks to be performed. Second, it places a waiting period and an enhanced background check on the young buyers of assault rifles. Third, it helps states like Connecticut pass and implement red flag laws. Fourth, it makes gun trafficking a federal crime for the first time. And fifth, it takes guns away from all convicted domestic abusers. In total, this is the most significant package of changes in gun laws in 30 years. Now, that would be a big deal in and of itself, but we didn't stop there. The bill also contains $15 billion in funding for mental health, for school safety, and for community anti-gun violence programs. Now, I know that numbers, it's hard to know what's a big number, what's a small number in Washington speak, but $15 billion is a lot of money. That's going to save a lot of lives all across this country. And I want to pause here for just a minute, because in this room, we have groups who here in Hartford are on the ground doing life-saving work that will be the recipients of this funding. We have in this room Mothers United Against Violence. Give them a big round of applause. Mothers United Against Violence, they are running they do a lot of work, but one of the things they do is to run compassion circles where victims and relatives of victims can come together and heal. In this room, we have Compass Youth Collaborative. Give them a round of applause. We've got the Compass Youth Collaborative Peace Builders here, and one of the things they do is provide counseling and wraparound services to youth that are at risk of falling into a life of violence. We've got Hartford Communities That Care in the room. Give them a round of applause. They show up at emergency rooms at the homes of grieving families right after a shooting to interrupt potential cycles of violence. And we've got the Brother Carl Hardrick Institute in the room. Give them a round of applause. Carl is an inspirational leader in Hartford, and amongst other tasks, the Institute brings together citizens and law enforcement to try to heal wounds and create new partnerships. Now, that's just an example of the work that we're doing right here in Hartford, one relatively small city, an example of the kind of groups that are being funded as we speak by that bill. And I've got some interesting news, some good news to share with you about what's going on in this country right now. All across the country, data from the first 5 months of 2023 shows that for the first time in a long time, gun violence rates in our biggest cities are falling. Now, it's early days, right? We have seen trends heading in the right direction that don't play out. But if this trend continues, then there is just no way to explain that phenomenon. And it looks like the rates might be falling by over 10% in many places. That's great news. That's great news. There's no way to explain that other than the provisions and the funding in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Third, and finally, today is a big day because Joe Biden's going to be here. Now, I'll have more to say about President Biden when he arrives, but I just want to be honest with you. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act would not have made it even to first base without Joe Biden. And Joe Biden's not all we got today. You're going to have 3 panels up here that are talking about the implementation of the bill and the future of our movement. We've got great keynote addresses from Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison and some Meriden guy named Miguel Cardona. He'll be here. Gabby Giffords is going to be here. And she's going to be introduced by the best U.S. Senator from Connecticut, Dick Blumenthal. So we got a great lineup here for you today, and I'm so excited you're going to be a part of this. I just want to finish, before turning the podium over to a few friends of mine, I want to finish with a quick story, just to reinforce for you why we do this work. You don't need anybody to preach to you, but let's just talk about why this struggle is worth it. My wife Kathy and my 2 kids, Owen and Ryder, are here along with my parents. A few years ago, Kathy, Owen, Ryder, and I moved our Connecticut home to the south end of Hartford, just south of downtown. Our house is in a neighborhood that has pretty high rates of gun violence in the city. And shortly after we moved in, I reached out to Burr School, which is one of the local public middle schools. And I asked whether we could convene a group of student leaders for me, kind of like an advisory group, a kitchen cabinet of kids who could just tell me what it's like to grow up in this neighborhood that we now live in and tell me how things could change. And so every month I get together with this amazing group of kids and we just talk. And at our first meeting, this was last year, I think, at the beginning of the school year, as you can imagine, these kids were a little shy. Daniel and Kyrene and Mina and the others, they didn't exactly know what to say to a United States senator sitting in their media center. But, after a few minutes, they started to talk. And in that first meeting, they wanted to talk about one thing. They wanted to talk about their walk to and from school. For these kids, school was the safe place. This nation's attention may be captured, understandably, by the mass shootings, in particular, the ones that are in our schools. But for these kids, the most dangerous place is outside their school. Now, last Friday, we met again, and these kids were getting ready for the summer, and the topic turned in Friday's meeting to the difference between the sound of fireworks, which is a frequent occurrence in our neighborhood, and the sound of gunshots. I told them that I hadn't yet been able to distinguish the difference, but these kids knew. They explained to me the distinction, how to know one from the other. And at the end of the discussion, one 8th grade girl said out loud, but kind of under her breath, kind of like she was just saying it to herself, she said, "I shouldn't need to know the difference." Right? And so that is why we fight, right? That is why we don't let failure deter us. The nation's great social change movements, the one that you read about in the history books, they're the ones that are so convinced by the righteousness of their cause that they don't let any obstacle or any setback get in their way. After Sandy Hook, when the modern anti-gun violence movement began, we endured a lot of failure, right? We lost vote after vote in Washington, but we did not quit. We kept organizing, we kept organizing, we kept organizing, right? So that by last summer, we had more volunteers, we had more activists, we had more resources, we were stronger than the gun lobby was. And so, I believe this in our bones. I believe that last summer represented a paradigm shift in the politics surrounding this issue. I believe that the next decade is our decade. Today, we are going to take some time to talk about the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act and how we get implementation right. But that bill is just the start. Until we arrive at the moment when no child fears for their life in school or on the walk to school, then our job is not done. Am I right? So thank you all for being here today in Hartford, Connecticut. Thank you for being a part of this movement. I am very, very honored and touched at this point to turn you over to one last speaker with a few helpers before we begin our opening panel. There are some pretty amazing movement leaders out there who are at the same time dealing with incalculable grief and helping to lead a conversation about how we create more loving, safer communities. And so I would like you to welcome to the stage my friends, Nelba Marquez Green, Jimmy Green, and their son, Isaiah.
Good morning. Buenos dias. I took my first formal piano lessons here at the Hart School Community Division as a child almost 40 years ago. My time there didn't last long because the lessons were too expensive for my family. But still, that same girl who couldn't really afford lessons on this stage as a college student played piccolo in the Hart Orchestra. I remember Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, the fourth movement, Ode to Joy, like it was yesterday. This is where my husband and I received our degrees, right here on this very stage. And this campus, the campus of the University of Hartford, graciously offered to host the repast after our Anna's homegoing service after she was murdered in the Sandy Hook school shooting. We are steps from where there is a contemplative space, a memorial that reads, "Come thou, Almighty King," dedicated to Anna, Isaiah, and music makers everywhere. But you wouldn't know that because my identity is reduced to 3 words: Sandy Hook Mom. And it's why I almost didn't come. But I came because on May 28th of this year, my son graduated high school and delivered a commencement address. His speech was met with an audible gasp from the audience as he disclosed who he was: survivor of the Sandy Hook shooting and brother of Anna Grace. But Isaiah led us to a great finish. Between that gasp of the audience and the great finish of his speech, listeners were treated to a story of humor, perseverance, and even celebration. Isaiah told attendees many things. It was testimony. The testimony of a young man not defined by tragedy, but absolutely shaped by it. And a reminder to us all of the importance of community. We all deserve community. My ode to joy today would be a gun violence prevention community that uplifts survivors between the gasp and that great finish. It would look like passing laws, but it would also look like taking care of grieving people by providing tangible resources. Both When I practiced at home, I didn't have a clapping audience, so this is really nice. Both of these, the things I said before about taking care of people and passing laws, they require you staying, and stay you have. We're not here celebrating the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act because you gave up in the face of hard. We're here because you didn't. After every loss, you still showed up. This morning was hard coming in and seeing all the people against trying to save lives, but you still came, and I still came, and I'm grateful I did that. We're here, and thank you to Senator Murphy and everyone who worked so diligently on getting this done. Ending gun violence is a moral imperative and a winnable issue. I also challenge us to not ignore survivor care, because this grief does not go away. Survivors deserve so much more than exploitation and superhero capes. We have transformational gifts and unique voices. Our grief is here and it fills this room, but does not demand we eclipse determination or joy. It calls us to love and should call us to justice. May we strive for respectful engagement and open tables. May we acknowledge the people who have been here long before Sandy Hook, but received a fraction of the world's empathy. And may we make clear that there is no one voice or group that represents all people, but all of us are here, united towards the same goal. In honor of those whose lives ended by gun violence, those injured, witnesses, helpers, and activists we have lost along the way. Will you join me in a short moment of silence? To those in attendance in this room and watching online, I'm a therapist and a former teacher, so you're not leaving here without getting a lesson. Remember I talked to you earlier about Beethoven's Symphony No. 9? It was originally inspired by a German poem, but then in 1907, Henry van Dyke was so moved by that same fourth movement that I played on piccolo here on this stage that he wrote hymnal lyrics, and the final stanza reads as follows: Mortals, join the mighty chorus, which the morning stars began. God's own love is reigning over us, joining people hand in hand. Ever singing, march we onward, victors in the midst of strife. Joyful music leads us sunward in the triumph song of life. Anna and Isaiah's mom thanks you for staying through the gasp until we get our ode to joy and our great finish. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Greg Jackson, the Executive Director of the Community Justice Action Fund.
So we definitely have the best looking panel of the day. But thank you all again for having us. I'm Greg Jackson, the Executive Director for the Community Justice Action Fund. Yeah, appreciate that. And just to kick this off, I just want to share that this work is personal for me. Not only am I passionate about this issue, I've personally been impacted. In April of 2013, I was shot in Washington, D.C., and the bullet hit 2 arteries and nearly cost me my life. But in that moment, I had to make a real choice. You know, do I lay there and recover as a victim or stand up as a survivor and fight to make things better? And that's where I started my commitment to addressing this crisis and ensuring that no one else goes through, or at least we minimize the number of people who go through what I went through. Since then, nearly 1 million individuals have been shot or killed by the crisis of gun violence in America. And these are more than numbers. Just last week alone, we lost a young man, Kamari Ebanks, in Baltimore, Maryland. He was shot 35 times and killed, leaving his to-be daughter's baby shower, Amora. And in that same city where such a horrendous tragedy could happen, we have programs like Safe Streets that are doing violence intervention work and have been proven to reduce violence by 26% in their targeted areas. But the big challenge that we're seeing is that these types of programs and strategies do not have the resources they need to work in scale and are not being supported at the levels needed to help save lives throughout the country. So thank you. And frankly, federally, we have not seen the resources for some of these life-saving programs across the country until now. The Break the Cycle, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, brought almost $5 billion to these life-saving strategies, and I'm extremely excited to bring forward a few experts to talk a little bit more about what this life-saving resources means. So please give it up for our panel, and we'll dive right in. All right. So first, I'm going to pass it to Thea Montanez to give a quick intro.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Thea Montanez. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the City of Hartford. I oversee day-to-day operations of the city, which includes our public safety departments, as well as our Office of Community Safety and Wellness.
Awesome. Next, we'll hear from Molly Baldwin with ROCA.
Good morning. First of all, I'm a new fan of Nilda's Right On Woman. ROCA works in Massachusetts, in Hartford and Baltimore. We have the privilege of spending time with 1,500 young men and women at the Center of Urban Violence, and we're working with other community violence intervention programs, police, and criminal justice organizations to change the way they do things with young people across the country. It's a privilege to be here with you all.
Awesome. Next, we'll hear from Spencer Cantrell.
Good morning, everyone. Spencer Cantrell with the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions. We bring a public health approach to trying to help solve the problem of gun violence, and I'm going to be co-leading the National ARPA Resource Center.
A good hometown hero, Nicole Hockley.
Hi, everyone. It's very kind. My name's Nicole Hockley. I'm one of the co-founders and CEOs of Sandy Hook Promise, and an organization that I helped launch 1 month after the shooting at Sandy Hook, in which my youngest son was also killed. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
And last but not least, one of the most consistent long-term warriors in this fight, Udziva Kiwa.
Thank you. It's really nice to be with all of you. My name is Udziva Kiwa. I'm the Federal Affairs Director at Giffords, working at the organization founded by former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, and really thankful to be able to celebrate the passage of the first major gun safety law in nearly 30 years. If you work federal affairs, you know that it's always a long, hard fight, and this victory is very, very sweet. So glad that we can talk about it today.
Awesome. Welcome. So one key thing I want to reinforce as you listen to our speakers, that this funding is resourcing programs that are saving lives today as we speak. One of those really important strategies are community violence intervention programs that intervene conflicts, that fight against this culture of violence, but most importantly, provides therapeutic and trauma-informed approaches to reducing violent conflicts. So we have 2 panelists here that are actually recipients of the Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative grant. That's a good mouthful, isn't it? And so we'll start first with Thea. Thea, can you just share a little bit more about how you guys are utilizing these funds in Hartford? I know you received a $2 million grant, and just curious from a city perspective how those resources are being utilized to save lives.
Sure. So during the past 8 years of Mayor Bronin's administration, CVI has been critical to our community safety blueprint. And as essential as CVI is to keeping our communities safe, it is equally important to pass strong gun violence prevention laws like we did here in the state of Connecticut with the leadership of Governor Lamont. So we are very grateful to him for all of his efforts. We have multiple CVI strategies that we deploy. So beginning with coordination, the city of Hartford, I have to say, is one of the most passionate communities that I know, and there are so many good people in this city that are doing really important work to protect the safety and well-being of our residents, but we're not always doing that together, and we're not always sitting at the same table. So we regularly convene working groups where there are credible messengers, social service providers, our healthcare and educational systems, law enforcement, and the judicial system that are sitting together at the same table at the same time to talk about who are we helping, who are we not helping, how can we do better, and that type of coordination is really key. We also have multiple evidence-based practices that we support. And so for the first time ever, the city of Hartford has its 3 hospital systems working in partnership with violence interrupters or credible messengers so that we're responding in real time to the near-term and long-term needs of victims of violence and their families. We're also partnering with amazing youth organizations like ROCA that are using cognitive behavioral therapy to address the trauma that our young people are experiencing that impacts their ability to make good decisions, good healthy decisions. And, you know, with regard to the funding that we received, we get to build on the work that we're currently doing, but we get to do it in different ways and innovative ways. And so one of the things that we took into consideration when we designed our recent program was the feedback that I received from justice-involved residents, those persons that were incarcerated who I met with and who I asked, how can we do a better job of supporting your success when you transition back into community? And one of the things that they said to me that I always remembered was the fact that it was not enough for them to have a social worker or someone assigned to help them with housing. That when they came out, they wanted to receive support from someone like them who lives in their neighborhood, who's had similar experiences, who can help them maybe deal with the mental health issues that they're struggling with, who have that same lived experience. And so for the first time ever, in partnership with Community Partners in Action, we're going to be working with our highest need repeat adult offenders and provide them with a social worker who's partnered with a peer advisor. And that peer advisor will receive training from our local community college here in Hartford, and they will be trained to provide the support that that participant needs. So we think with this team of 2, we're going to see some really great results.
Awesome, awesome, thank you. One of our great mentors of ours, Devone Bogan, and Akil Bashir also always shared, we have to figure out how do we put the public back in safety, right? And we know that those who have been most impacted by violence typically have the greatest solutions and are most empowered to change things. And so we're really proud that this funding not only goes to government entities, but also directly to community-based groups. So next we're going to pass it to Molly. Can you just share a little bit about ROCA and how you all are utilizing these resources to empower and work with those most impacted?
Yes, first of all, thank you again, Senator Murphy, Governor Lamont, and Mayor Bronin. Unfortunately, young people, often at the center of urban violence, are both perpetrators and victims. And it takes time to change, as you know. In Baltimore, for example, there's approximately a murder a day and anywhere from 2 and upwards of 10, 20 non-fatal shootings a day, and uncountable numbers of young people or adults shot at who have not been hit. In Hartford, for example, we've had 14 young mothers who are non-fatal shooting victims in a year and a half in a tiny city. So as the governor said earlier, the problem is the guns. We do know, however, that change is possible. We know we can heal, we know we can create safety, and we know that our brains can change. So with the funding from the federal government in Baltimore, we're able to expand our work in Baltimore and to Baltimore County. We dramatically enhance an after-shooting protocol where we're deploying people to meet with people within 72 hours wrap around them and their families, get supports around them, and get safety and security in place. We've started to bring numbers of young people who have been shot together for help and more resources. And we work very hard at a few things. One is this concept of safety. How do you help young people who do not know safety begin to understand that over time? You can't just tell someone or instantaneously make safety. So it's through a series of creating places and relationships and discussions. We have adapted, as Thea said, behavioral health to something that can go to the street to teach young people to take an 8 to 12 second pause. And our brains can change. It takes about 2 years, so we're seeing a lot of change. And we have learned, in spite of all the challenges with law enforcement and criminal justice, they are critical partners, and we work to build a bridge between young people and police. And the final piece is that we need to support people who are out in the street. It's not okay to send people out without enough money, without enough support, without helping them address their own traumas and needs, and without benefits and care over time, which makes the funding so critical. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to shout out a few of those rock stars here locally. So Jackie Santiago from Compass, if you're here, please give her a round of applause. Leonard Jihad. Leonard Jihad, are you here? Give Leonard applause, please. And Ebony Epps from Street Safe. And countless more individuals. And I just want to reinforce that these are the true heroes of this movement, folks who have been directly impacted or that are passionate and doing all they can in their communities to reverse things. But frankly, they need more government support and leadership, and that's what we're really excited about what this package brings. So thank you again. All right. So next, we're going to jump over to Spencer. You ready?
I'm ready, Greg. Thank you.
So, Spencer, can you share a little bit more about the crisis intervention funding that's included in this package and how that's being used to implement different strategies like extreme risk protection orders?
Sure. Thank you, Greg, and thank you again to all of the amazing hosts for gathering this group of advocates and leaders here today. I'm honored to be here. So extreme risk protection orders are one of the crisis intervention orders funded in the Safer Communities Act. There's $750 million in funding for crisis intervention order implementation. I'll focus on extreme risk protection orders, also called ERPOs for short. Some of you may know them by the name red flag laws. And these are provisions where someone can present to a judge that an individual is a risk to themselves or others, and then that judge can review the evidence and adjudicate whether or not those firearms should be temporarily removed from that individual. These laws exist in 21 states, and the District of Columbia, shout out to Michigan and Minnesota, who just passed their laws in May. Really excited to see that. And so we know that these laws can really make a difference. They're relatively newer as a gun violence intervention strategy, but preliminary research shows, there was one study out of Connecticut that showed for every 10 to 20 ERPOs issued, one suicide was prevented. So we know that these can really have an impact. But the key to having impact is to having effective implementation, which is where the Safer Communities Act comes in. And so this funding will help implementers on the ground, law enforcement, attorneys, mental health professionals, judges, advocates, community workers, better implement these and help them intervene where we know folks are a risk to themselves or others. We just last month also published a report between the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions and Everytown for Gun Safety, a report with recommendations for effective implementation. There are a few jurisdictions around the country, like King County, Washington, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, that are really leading the charge with ERPO implementation, but we know that with this funding, there's a lot of work that can be done to improve that implementation, and so we're excited to see this funding go out to state administering agencies and also to localities, so that folks can begin building that state and local infrastructure, creating really clear processes and guidance so that this tool is really more accessible to folks.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you. Unfortunately, I think we all know at this point that gun violence is the #1 cause of premature death for youth in America. It's horrifying to know that our kids are not safe in their homes, in their neighborhoods, and especially in their schools. So I want to jump next to Nicole. Sandy Hook Promise, you all have been a champion of the bipartisan Stop School Violence Act that was passed and signed into law in 2018. Can you just tell us more about this act and how the resources from the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act have helped build on that momentum?
Sure, happy to. And it's awesome to be here celebrating 1 year of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act and all that it's doing. Also hearing how it's being implemented and how it's helping, because that's going to pave the way for more action and more implementation. So this is awesome to be here. The Stop School Violence Act, we were proud to help to draft it and get it passed back in 2018, because we've always seen that since Sandy Hook, there's been a huge focus on being prepared for a school shooting, practicing for what to need to do if something's going to happen. That is a smaller part of the consideration. What we need to be more focused on is prevention. How do we stop these acts from happening in the first place? So we saw a need not only to teach young people how to recognize when someone needs help and could be going into crisis, but also give teachers, students, the schools around them, the ability to respond quickly and to create intervention. So the Stop School Violence Act was drafted to provide violence prevention programs with federal funds to schools across the country. And we worked really hard to ensure, it was a bipartisan act. We worked very hard to ensure that it was very much focused on prevention ahead of preparedness. So I'm pleased that 2/3 of the funds go straight into prevention programming, because why practice for something that you don't want to happen? Why not prevent it? That should be the focus. We also worked really hard to ensure things like arming teachers were not involved in this legislation at all. So that's definitely something we can all agree on. So super proud to see how the Stop School Violence Act has been implemented across the country. And this is for state governments, local governments, this is for tribal governments, this is for nonprofits, this is for school districts and schools, to be able to teach our young people and give them a voice in terms of what does safety mean to them, and how do they want to enact this within their school system. That's critically important, because they are the future, and if we're talking about their safety, they should have a voice at that table too. So super proud to be here, and just please apply for the grants, because they're available for everyone.
Amen. So we know these resources can be critical to saving lives, but that only matters if it actually gets to the communities that need it most. And so I'm really excited to pass the mic to Udzi. Can you just share a little bit more about your work on implementation and how we're making sure, or maybe even some tips for folks on how to make sure the resources are getting to the communities that need these dollars?
Sure. Thank you, Greg. So I think everyone here in this room obviously knows that the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act passed. They know that funding was made available, but that hasn't necessarily been the case, I think, for the general public. So as we've seen this funding made available, one thing that's really important is to get the word out so that people know how to apply. So for the CVI funding in particular, CVI funding is available to the broadest class of applicants. So states, cities, nonprofit organizations, as we've seen here, are eligible. And more than $100 million was awarded back in September during the first grant application cycle. But one thing that we saw was that a lot of nonprofit organizations didn't know that the process was open. They didn't know how to apply. The federal grant process can be daunting if it's something that you've never dealt with before. And it's really important that the resources that Department of Justice and Department of Education made available for this funding go out to the people who need to know about it most. Both departments did a really great job of hosting webinar series to let people know how the federal grant process works, what you need to do to be eligible for the funding, what the timeline is, just the whole process, because again, it is very, very daunting. So I think as advocates, we really have a responsibility to help get the word out, especially to the community-based organizations that just aren't as familiar with the federal grant application process. So at Giffords, after the law was passed, we really looked at some of the recommendations that we had with respect to implementation, and education was really high amongst them, just making sure people know how to access this funding so it gets to the right place.
Awesome. Thank you. We'll mix it up a little bit. So I want to congratulations to the Johns Hopkins Center for Solutions for being one of those awardees with creating the ERPO Resource Center. And so that's going to be a huge tool for training and technical assistance. So do you mind sharing a little bit about what your organization is doing to help people implement these programs in partnership with the federal government?
Sure, thanks, Greg. So we are going to be creating the first ever National ERPO Resource Center to share promising practices for implementation with states, localities, and implementers. There are also two other technical assistance agencies. There's the National Criminal Justice Association, which will be helping those disseminating the grants around the states, as well as the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, which will be helping judges and judicial officers with implementing these and providing that educational piece. So the key here, like I said earlier, is to have robust implementation and to build in that infrastructure and make sure that folks all on the ground working to implement these are receiving the training that they need and getting their questions answered. We also want to make sure that ERPO is implemented with close attention to the due process protections included in state ERPO laws and in the Safer Communities Act, as well as with attention to equity, making sure that ERPO is not a tool that's either overused nor underused in different communities. We don't want to see any of those disparate impacts. But by creating this TTA center and sharing resources, we'll be able to help those implementers on the ground and advise best practices. And as we learn more, the law requires the collection of data, so we'll be using that public health model as we get more data and learn more about ERPOs, then further disseminating and driving the best practices that we can share with folks on the ground.
Awesome, thank you. All right. I'm gonna next jump to Thea and Molly. You know, with the community violence intervention programs, a big misconception is that these are new or innovative approaches. Many of these organizations and programs have been around for decades, have been saving lives for decades, but the bulk of the resources have been dependent on city and local funds. And so I want to pass it to you first, Thea. Can you just share a little bit about, from the local government perspective, how critical it is to have this federal resources complement what the cities have been investing in?
Sure. So, you know, historically, Hartford has experienced, you know, many financial challenges, and that means that we can't always do the things that we want to do or the things that we know we should be doing, and we have to make hard choices. And sometimes that means we're able to fund some programs and not others, and I don't think we should have to be put in that position or make those choices because we need to do all of those things. And the programs that I described, whether it's the hospital-based violence intervention program or investing in organizations like Compass Peace Builders or Hartford Communities That Care or Mothers United Against Violence, all of that work has been funded through the funds we receive from various federal agencies. Also, the American Rescue Plan was critical, for example, in our ability to bring ROCA to Hartford for them to work with our young mothers. So none of that would happen without federal support. And this work is too important. You know, money cannot be the reason we are not saving people's lives. So it's definitely making a difference here in our community.
That's huge. We know that gun violence has a real financial cost as well. One of the most recent estimates says that our government loses $557 billion every year due to the crisis of gun violence, with a homicide or a gun-related death costing up to $2 million for one individual death. So I want to pass it to Molly. Just can you talk a little bit about, you know, how these resources have been able to help you sustain your programs and understanding that the cost of violence and the intensity of violence isn't slowing up, but what these resources can do for your work.
Sure, so let me just share two thoughts first. Most problems in the country or the world, particularly in businesses, if they want to fix something, huge amounts of money are poured in. I mean, just beyond anything we can imagine. And so here we are struggling with violence for our children for all kinds of different reasons, and people are scrambling around trying to put pennies together. So that's kind of something to think about. The second thing is, what we know about the brain is that the brain can change. We know you can't undo the trauma. We're not asking people to forget. We're not saying it's easy, but their healing is possible. But it takes time. At the best, For teenagers and young adults, you're looking at 24 plus months to see any single behavior change. What does it take for a young person to choose to learn to put a gun down? We don't just do that because we said so. And so you have to really think about what you're doing over time. You can't just tell people to put guns down. You can't just tell people to change. And so putting together enough funding for a long enough runway, for enough support for young people is critical. The other thing that I hope keeps getting raised in this country is that some of the, other than childcare, it's another issue, some of the poorest paid people are frontline staff. And it makes no sense. Here we are saying, here's this problem, and it's gotten worse, and we have semi-automatic weapons in the center of our cities, and things are out of control, and we don't know what to do. But because you've been there and done that, we're just going to send you out there. We're actually not going to pay you enough. We're not going to give you enough benefits. We're not going to give you enough support or even supervise you so you can be the great youth worker you want to be that bridge for young people. And so having sufficient funding over enough period of time so that leadership, like the leaders in this room and other programs, aren't trying to rub nickels together every day is really critical, because every single young person is worth that effort.
Thank you. And speaking of the effort with young folks in America, I want to jump back to you, Nicole. Can you just share a little bit more about the Stop School Violence Act and what success have you seen since the implementation of these programs, and maybe just allude to a little bit more about what we've seen since the 5 years of it being passed?
Sure. Well, the Stop School Violence Act, in the places that have used these federal funds for violence prevention programs, we are seeing success in terms of students being more aware what to look for and then how to take action. Speaking on behalf of Sandy Hook Promise, I know that where our violence prevention programs have been used in schools through Stop School Violence Act or other, we know, and we're super careful with our data, we've already averted 15 credible school shooting plots. So that's 15 Sandy Hooks that you have not heard of. And our job is you never to hear about these cities. And also within that is suicide prevention. Young people are facing a mental health crisis right now. I think we're all aware of that. It is the second leading cause of death for young people. And the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, certainly through Project Aware, provides a lot of funding for mental health awareness for young people and suicide prevention. And I know with our program, we've already stopped at least 400 suicides. So these do have an impact. You need to implement them effectively. You need to create that behavioral change that Molly was talking about. And young people want this. So we know it works. We know this model absolutely works. And it just needs to be spread more widely. And one of the things that I've been really super excited about, because the Stop School Violence Act continues to evolve each year in terms of what categories we offer to and what levels of support. And one of the latest offerings within the recent solicitation is for more funding for you to hire school personnel to support young people in terms of school psychologists, school social workers, school violence interrupters. This is super important as well, and then working in conjunction with our community violence interrupters as well. So it's this is just full steam ahead because, as we all agree, the young people are worth it.
Amen. It's amazing. So inspiring. I want to jump back to Utsi. We know that the crisis intervention program funding can be used for extreme risk protection orders, but that's not the only use for those resources. Do you mind just kind of sharing a little bit more about how these funds can be used beyond those strategies?
Sure. So one of the good things about the crisis intervention program is that it makes funds available to address the issue of firearm access in a number of different ways. Of course, extreme risk laws are something that we've all championed and are really, really important and effective. But there are many ways that a person may come into contact with the criminal justice system or with the court system, whether it's a mental health court, a drug court, a veteran court, and utilizing those opportunities if a person is in crisis to make sure that they are removed from their firearms. So it allows states that do not have extreme risk laws to implement programs and training so that, if someone comes to one of those different types of courts, there's an opportunity to separate them from firearms if there is risk of violence or crisis with that person. And one other issue when it comes to separating people from firearms is, how does that happen? Some states have done a better job than others with the issue of relinquishment, but if you're under an extreme risk order or some type of court order where you're no longer able to access firearms, if you're ineligible because of a criminal conviction, for example, there needs to be a clear process in place for you to be separated from your firearms, and a lot of states just frankly haven't worked out those details. So it is really, really important if someone becomes ineligible or if they are at risk of suicide or violence against other people, that there are systems in place so that that person cannot access the gun. So relinquishment is something that we really want to see invested in a number of states, those with extreme risk laws, those that don't have extreme risk laws, so that people who are at risk of harming themselves or other people don't have access to their guns when they're not supposed to.
Awesome. So, with our last few minutes here, I want to do a quick lightning round of what else is needed. We talked about the cost of violence being over $550 billion every year, and this act invests only $5 billion, which is a huge step forward, but a first step to a larger need. And so I want to just do a quick lightning round to hear from you. What else do you want to see as far as resources and funding to help us save lives today from this crisis? We'll start with Thea and just roll on down the line.
Sure. So I think we need to think about, especially in urban communities, the same people that may have been responsible for causing harm have a role to play in those same communities' healing. And sometimes with the funding that's received, it is not always as flexible as you would hope it would be, that it allows us to be able to engage those folks, provide them with the training and support that they need to build and strengthen their communities. But anytime I have met with someone who is incarcerated for something, for serious crimes, for violent crimes, the first thing that they talk about is wanting to come back home and be given an opportunity to right their wrongs. And that's not always intuitive, and that requires a lot of support. But I don't think communities like Hartford are going to heal until we're able to do that kind of work.
Now, clearly sustainable funding is really critical, so continuing the federal funds. And then I think the other part that's really hard, just listening to all of you today, is that in the right places, how do we have really honest conversations about what's happening, what we're doing, what's working, what's not, so that we can get better at helping our children and our young people and bringing safety to our communities.
For effective ERPO implementation, we need the people power. When we held our convening in December to inform the Promising Practices Report, the folks that were at that convening were folks who are successful at using ERPOs in their jurisdictions, and folks who have expertise in implementing from a variety of disciplines and expertise. And we need to build out in every state and the District of Columbia, with ERPO, the people and the expertise and the next generation of ERPO leaders to be able to successfully implement these tools. And so we want those leaders and implementers on the ground.
Well, I think we can't give enough resources to community-based organizations and community violence interrupters. So absolutely, they need more amplification. They need more unrestricted support because they know what they're doing. I think we also need more young people at the table and sharing their voice as to what they need and what school safety and safety in general means to them. And finally, I think we have provided a lot of support for mental health supports, and more is needed, but more importantly, we need more support for the mental health pipeline to bring more people into this field because we're starting to get a shortage, and that doesn't bode well for our future.
Well, I think when we talk about gun violence, I sort of view two causes. We have the societal causes, we have structural racism, we have poverty, we have lack of opportunity, and we know that those things are a huge driver of violence. But I think we also have to make sure that we're investing in addressing those inequities that exist in society. It's a big problem. I don't know that even as large as this gathering is, we have all the answers there, but that is something that as a federal government, we really need to make sure we're investing in the communities that are hardest hitting and addressing those structural drivers of violence. And then second, I don't think anyone here disagrees that we also have a really unique problem in this country with access to guns. It's just simply way too easy to get your hand on a very dangerous weapon. And so we have to continue passing laws that address that issue of access. We have to close loopholes related to background checks and keeping people convicted of domestic abuse from accessing guns. Like, I could go on and on and on, but access to guns is something we have to continue to address at the state and federal level.
Awesome, thank you. And if I could add a few quick things, I think we also need to strengthen our resources and investment in victims and survivors of gun violence to ensure they have what they need to recover. Secondly, we have a huge crisis that we don't talk enough about, but that's violence against women and how that intersects with gun violence, especially in Black and brown communities. And then lastly, with community violence intervention, we've seen these strategies work. We're watching them save lives every day, but we need more than $250 million. Our first big proposal was for $5 billion to resource the top 48 cities most impacted by violence so they could build a full ecosystem of strategies to reduce violence in those communities. And that now lives with the Break the Cycle of Violence Act, which will be introduced. But we know that there are more resources needed, and we have to continue to build on that momentum. Lastly, I want to thank all of our panelists here, but I want to acknowledge that there are over 400 organizations across the country that are advocating and fighting and providing these services, but most importantly, fighting for more resources to save lives. And so I want to shout out our Invest in Us Coalition, many of which are here today, as well as the Fund Peace Coalition. And in closing, I'm going to do a quick little chant. When I say fund, you say peace. Y'all got this? All right. Fund, 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 peace. Thanks, everybody.
Please welcome to the stage the president of Brady, Chris Brown.
Wow, thank you for that welcome. This is just incredible. I'm so proud to be here today celebrating the anniversary of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first major gun safety legislation in the 30 years following the Brady Bill. The Brady Bill, of course, is the fundamental backbone of our nation's gun violence prevention system, establishing the national background check system, which has prevented more than 4.5 million prohibited purchases of firearms. Many, many Americans are alive today because of the passage of that law and the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act builds on that success. But ending our country's gun violence epidemic requires more than legislative fixes alone. You all know that. Brady has long affirmed that gun violence is a public health crisis with myriad causes that require a broad plan of actions, finding solutions across many sectors. At Brady, we ignite the sweeping legal, policy, and cultural change necessary to upend the deadly status quo and ensure all of us can walk our streets without the fear of being shot. We've just heard from some amazing panelists on the powerful impact of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Legislation is a critical component to solving any public health crisis, but laws on the books mean little if they are not enforced. And we cannot neglect the critical importance of fair, impartial, and effective enforcement of the law. In fact, I have the privilege of introducing Minnesota's Attorney General, Keith Ellison, who is doing just that every single day. All of you here undoubtedly know Attorney General Ellison from his incredible work as the lead prosecutor in Minnesota's case against former police officer Derek Chauvin. But he also plays an essential role in the state's fight against gun violence. In his own words, "It's my job as Attorney General and the people's lawyer to help Minnesotans live with dignity, safety, and respect." The people's lawyer. Such a powerful phrase encapsulated in a few words. Gun violence prevention does require a people's lawyer, someone who is willing to ask the question every single time, where did the firearms come from? And take on those gun industry actors who act knowingly, irresponsibly, and grossly negligently, often breaking or circumventing the law. Focusing on those particular dealers, not all, but some, about 5% of the gun dealers. We know this from the ATF, more than McDonald's and Starbucks combined. That's how many gun dealers we have. But only about 5% of them are responsible for the huge supply of crime guns across this country. So that's why having an attorney general like General Ellison focusing on dealers responsible for the sale of crime guns and profiting from it is so crucial to reducing gun death and injury across this country, and fundamental to protecting what we at Brady call our greatest fundamental right: the right to live, the right not to be shot. Most recently, Attorney General Ellison filed a lawsuit to protect the public against a gun store for its alleged illegal and negligent selling of firearms. Laws are made to be enforced, and attorneys general like General Ellison across this country fulfill their sacred duty by ensuring that they are, particularly when such enforcement can stop the supply of guns that are flooding too many of our communities every day, especially Black and brown communities. The people of Minnesota can all sleep better at night knowing that such a stalwart champion of the people is on their side. And Brady's legal caseload in Minnesota will be just a little lighter, knowing that Attorney General Ellison has things so well in hand. It is therefore my distinct pleasure to introduce a tenacious defender of justice, a staunch gun violence prevention champion, Minnesota's Attorney General Keith Ellison.
Hey, everybody. As of today, there have been 166 days in 2023. And as of today, friends, there have been more than 200 mass shootings. Mass shootings are shootings where 4 or more people are shot in a single incident. Also, the number one cause of death, unexpected death among juveniles, is gun violence. Let that sink in. You know, the work that we're doing today, this meeting, I just want to give my warmest embrace and thanks to the people of Connecticut and your wisdom and intelligence. Thank you for sending my friend and all of yours, Senator Chris Murphy, to Washington. Thank you for Governor Lamont. And from 5.6 million Minnesotans, we thank you, Connecticut, for your courage and your bravery. We thank you. We thank you for being able to see through your tears and stand up for all of us anyway. Special thanks to my Attorney General friends. William Tong, what a wonderful leader you got. And all the way from New Jersey, Matt Plotkin, the New Jersey Attorney General, came here. And the reason why, folks, the reason why is because your family of law enforcement, safety prioritizing attorney generals are in solidarity with you and looking for every single way we can to be your partner. Is that right, William? He said so. Yeah. Let's talk about how we got here. First, some history. In 2008, the Supreme Court came down with the Heller decision. Bad decision. In the Heller decision, the court affirmed an individual right to keep handguns in your home for self-defense, even though it says a well-regulated militia. They found an individual right. Then, in 2022, the Supreme Court decided the Bruen case. And that really changed things. The Bruen decision changed the test that lower courts had long used for deciding challenges to firearm restrictions. In Bruen, the majority court said that judges should no longer consider whether the law serves the public interest, like enhancing public safety. Shocking, in my view. But should instead look back into history to see if the regulation is consistent with the country's, quote, historic tradition of firearm regulation. The Supreme Court wants us locked in the 18th century. Is the Supreme Court wrong on Bruen? Yes. Audience participation. But we don't have to be victims. We don't have to be victims of bad Supreme Court opinions that are ridiculously based on misunderstandings of the 18th century. Public safety-oriented attorneys general can use and are using 21st century tools to keep people safe. Let me tell you what we're doing in Minnesota and around the country. When it comes to litigation and investigation, while the powers and the authority of attorneys general may vary state to state, one thing that we all have in common is consumer protection. You know those laws that say that you can't get ripped off or lied to by some company? Well, it turns out that they can actually help with public safety too. We are all charged with enforcing our state's consumer protection laws to the benefit of residents. And I'm proud to tell you that we have some pretty good laws, like you do here in Connecticut. We have some in Minnesota. In Minnesota, we're expanding the use of our consumer protection laws in innovative ways to stem gun violence. In fact, we are suing a company that negligently and recklessly is suing to gun traffickers, and these guns that are trafficked end up in murders and in crimes. We're saying, yeah, we're going to prosecute the shooter, we're going to prosecute the trafficker, but we're actually going to civilly prosecute the negligent gun seller. There's a lot of folks making big profits with memberships in golf clubs and yacht clubs and who are deeply implicated in gun violence, folks. That's a fact. Also, we had a corner in Minneapolis that was so notorious for gun violence that the gas station and the liquor store, the gas station was nicknamed the murder station. That's horrible. So what we did is we used state nuisance law. And we said, if you don't clean up this nuisance, in 30 days, we are going to enjoin you from operating. We're going to shut you down. So we filed a notice, which is required by law. And within 30 days, though there had been 3 shootings on the same corner in last September, there was not a single one since then. We don't take all the credit for it. We do not. We don't take all the credit for it. It was a combined effort led by citizens, led by groups like Mother's Love. We demand, we demand safety. Other sorts of a group of black pastors who came together, just like you all are sporting your T-shirts today. Folks were on that corner, helping to make sure that corner was safe. But we came in as government doing what we should do, which is to back up the people. We are also enlisting the next generation of lawyers to give them the tools to protect everyone from gun violence. That's why we've partnered with the foundations and law schools to start an innovative gun violence prevention clinic at the University of Minnesota Law School. This is an idea that I encourage every law school in America to look into. Start a clinic to help the young people, help us be safe. Now, let me talk to you about defending statutes and defending litigation. This is a very important job for us attorney generals. Like many other states, Minnesota, and including Connecticut, New Jersey, and others, we're also defending common sense regulations from constitutional attack. And since Bruen, let me tell you, this has intensified, folks. One case involves a class of 18 to 20-year-olds who sued in federal court. These 18 to 20-year-olds asserted that Minnesota law limited gun permits to those aged 21 and above, and because of that, their Second Amendment rights were being violated. So we're trying to keep guns out of the hands of young people, and the gun fetishists say no. The fact is, because of the Bruen decision, the federal district court struck down our statute protecting Minnesotans from where young people could go on and just buy a gun. Now we're appealing to the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals, and there are similar cases pending in many federal courts around the nation. We know that guns in the hands of young people, statistically, pose a unique threat to other young people. But the gun lobby says no. But we will fight, and we will stand up, and we will win, folks. We're not going to back down. Also, I thought we could all agree that felons should not be in possession of firearms, and that felon in possession of a firearm prohibitions were good laws. Well, not according to the people using Bruen. Defendants who are charged with violating Minnesota's gun regulations are now seeking to have those prosecutions dismissed as a result of Bruen. State district court judges who handle busy criminal dockets, often with hundreds of open cases, are having to analyze whether the framers intended the Second Amendment to cover various types of individuals and whether there are historic analogs to many of these common sense regulations. In other words, When we ask ourselves, should felons be in possession of firearms, they want to go back to 1775 to find out whether that's the case. We are standing up, we are fighting back, and you can count on that. And so with the help of the Gun Violence Prevention Clinic, we've even put our young lawyers' minds, our law students' minds on solving these problems, and they are proving themselves to be very effective. Now, let me just say in terms of advocacy in legislation, attorneys general are not limited to just court stuff. We can go out and talk to our communities, and we do all the time. So in addition to the tools that the law we have, attorneys generals are using those bully pulpits. And so, for example, AGs who prioritize public safety have repeatedly joined forces to regulate the proliferation of ghost guns. Again, special thanks to your Attorney General, William Tong, who's been a leader in this area. And ghost guns are guns, if you don't know, that don't have serial numbers on them. So when the crimes are committed, you can't even trace them. It's very dangerous. Oftentimes they're coupled with these things called switches, which allows people to get off 80 rounds at a time. Very dangerous. We've advocated with the Biden administration for the ATF to pass its new rule, and we fought back, and we have defended that law in court, and we have won every battle we've had up until now. So I'm glad, and you can count on us to keep fighting. And I'm so thrilled that President Biden is going to be here. He gets it. He has been on the forefront of this battle to protect Americans. Then there's legislation. In Minnesota, we just completed a historic legislative session. We happen to have a governor's office and a House and a Senate, all who agree that people have the right to not be shot, which is saying something. So after years of gridlock, we were finally able to pass common sense gun safety regulations because of the advocacy of Moms Demand Action, Everytown, and others. Give yourselves a hand, because your folks, your people helped us pass a red flag law, also known as an extreme risk protection order, which will make it legal for family members or police to petition a judge for an order to temporarily remove firearms from a person who appears to be a threat to themselves or others. It will save lives. Also, we expanded background checks that require all private gun transactions to be subject to the same background checks that happen when somebody buys a gun from a licensed firearm dealer. And just think about it this way. If you bought a car from your cousin, you'd still have to register it in your name. And then third, the bill required those who want to sell a firearm to someone outside their immediate family to go to a gun dealer or local law enforcement to get a background check on the buyer. So those are all good things. Let me wrap up here. Us attorney generals who prioritize public safety, like William Tong and Matt Plotkin, who are here today, will continue to do everything in our power to come up with creative solutions to protect everyone from gun violence. Public safety, protecting and prioritizing attorneys general from across the country will keep doing what we can do. But it's really about the advocates, you all. You all made it possible. You all wouldn't stop. You wouldn't back down. You wouldn't say no. You wouldn't forget your loved ones harmed and lost by this horrible, horrible scourge. Up against this Supreme Court, and I bet on you every time. We're going to win this thing. We're going to get there. And we are going to live in the 21st century, not the 18th century. Let's go protect our people. Thank you all very much.
Please welcome to the stage the Executive Director of Giffords, Peter Ambler.
How about the Attorney General of Minnesota, Keith Ellison? All right. Well, you know what they say, those who cannot do, moderate. So here I am. But nonetheless, I am just really honored to be joined by this powerhouse panel. I'm going to do some quick introductions, and then we're going to just dig right into this topic. First, on my right, I've got Ruth Glenn, a friend to many in this room, a survivor of domestic violence herself, and the public affairs president of the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Give it up for Ruth. Also distinctly honored to be joined by the mayor of Kansas City, the co-chair of the Mayors Against Illegal Guns, a national leader on any number of issues, Mayor Quinton Lucas. To his right, we have an individual who has led, I think it is literally indescribable how much work he is responsible for in the state of New Jersey, first as chief counsel, now as the state's attorney general, Matt Platkin. And another powerful leader and friend of the movement, the senior director of federal government affairs at Everytown for Gun Safety, a survivor himself, Rob Wilcox. And I think, as many of you know, Rob recently had a star turn answering some pretty tough questions from some Republican congressmen in the House Judiciary Committee. So I think maybe the four of us could just gang up on you, and you could relive that experience.
I mean, only in my nightmares.
Okay. Well, you did phenomenal work and really represented all of us, so thank you. Mayor Lucas, let's start with you. You're on the front lines as a mayor in Kansas City, and now you have the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act in your pocket in your everyday fight against shootings and gun violence. Let's drill down specifically on two core provisions: the brand new trafficking law, something that's not talked a lot about, but as part of this bill, we passed for the first time in this country a strong federal statute against gun trafficking and addressed straw purchasing in a new way. So how are you working with federal and state authorities to use that law to protect people in your city?
So first of all, thank you all so much for being here. I come in peace from a red state. And I know some of y'all there too. And so we need this support, this energy, this activity, because it helps make a difference in the Kansas Cities, St. Louis, Memphis, so many places where we deal with this issue each and every day. I think about this question with a conversation I recently had. I had a meeting with a group of 14 and 15-year-olds, some of whom are justice involved, and I'm a bit naive. I asked, where do you get your gun at 13 or 14 that you're carrying around regularly? And this kid looked at me almost kind of nonchalantly and said, I can get it on the street corner. I can get it anywhere. We have a substantial trafficking problem. And what we were seeing before the passage of the act was that our state prosecutors didn't fully have the tools to address it. There are a lot of reasons for that, including one of the dumbest laws in the history of time, the Second Amendment Preservation Act, where Missouri said that the Second Amendment laws, in essence, gun laws, don't apply to them. It's bizarre, and it was wrong. So we needed to have an opportunity for federal prosecutors and federal agencies to be able to actually get traffickers, to make sure that they were able to do investigations and align with our police officers in connection with it. Another area that we're seeing a lot of this work in is in straw purchasers. So as you all probably know, there aren't that many guns that are produced in America's major cities, right? Kansas City doesn't have a big gun plant, but we have a lot of guns. And so we recognize that they were coming from somewhere. I'll give one example. There was a Nevada manufacturer who was selling directly to pawn shops and others in Kansas City, and those guns were ending up on homicide scenes, on shooting scenes repeatedly. What we did before was filed civil actions to try to address it. But now, with the passage of the act, we have the opportunity to have real intervention and support from ATF and other federal agencies. This is getting guns off the streets. It's getting guns out of the hands of 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds, and those older. And frankly, long-term, it is allowing us to have tools at a time when particularly red states are fighting against every bit of responsible, not just gun legislation, but responsible common sense intervention that makes our community safer.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your leadership. Ruth, we're going to turn to you next. We've talked a lot already today about the power of this movement. 550 pieces of legislation in 49 different states over the past decade, and of course the passage of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. But with those political successes come the vital need to focus on implementation. Implementation is always difficult when it comes to the nexus between firearms and domestic violence.
Yes.
And that's going to be very, very true when it comes to one of the most important provisions of the Safer Communities Act, which is the provision that narrows the boyfriend loophole and works to get guns out of the hands of violent dating partners. So if you could just sort of talk a little bit about that provision, and then most importantly, talk about the work that has been done and needs to be done to ensure that it's having its maximum effect.
Absolutely. I too thank everyone for being here, and certainly Senator Murphy pulling this together. And this is really important. And someone said, we have to celebrate our successes, but we also can't stop. And particularly when it comes to firearms and domestic violence. As a survivor myself, this work is very, very important to me because I know the real life impact of what happens when there's a firearm involved in an incident of domestic violence where somebody is trying to hurt someone else in a close relationship. One of the things that happened is it did narrow the loophole. Which we were really grateful for, which allowed, more access to perpetrators having firearms when there's domestic violence present. So we're very excited about that. We had many a conversation about that. I also testified, and everything we could to make it even more narrow. In other words, making sure that it's not just encompassed in, the intimate familial type relationship, but that it also includes dating partners. There's 1,000% chance that if you're in a relationship in which someone is trying to hurt you, 1,000% chance that if they have a weapon, it's going to be harmful. One of the other things that we talk a lot about, in particular in the dating loophole, is that we have to continue to narrow that because it's not just about the lethality of having a firearm in that situation. And we know that increasingly dating partners are using firearms to keep control. So it's really, really important that we look at the bigger picture as we move forward and really work to implement an even tighter control, and I hate to use that word, but tighter accountability. Let's call it accountability of those who are possessing firearms and using those not just to kill, but to intimidate, harass, threaten. So we're going to continue to work on that, but we certainly did take a moment to celebrate what has happened.
All right, thank you so much, Ruth, for your work and for that response. Attorney General Placken, I referenced some of your achievements. You've addressed ghost guns. You've instituted an innovative civil litigation program, taking on the gun industry, so much more. But until recently, you haven't had a lot of help from Congress. We've talked a lot about over the years this iron pipeline, right, where states that have weaker gun laws funnel firearms into states like New Jersey that have stronger gun laws. So with this new trafficking law and other elements of the bill, how are you going to use that, working with federal partners and others to directly attack this iron pipeline?
Yeah, well, thank you, Peter. And first of all, let me just say thank you so much to Senator Murphy for pulling this together. It is extraordinary to see all of you here. I think back to how I first got engaged in this movement. I grew up in the Columbine generation, and I first started advocating when I was in high school for a renewal of the assault weapons ban. I had friends going off to war, and I didn't understand then, frankly don't understand now, why the same weapons they were using in Iraq and Afghanistan we needed to use at home. And to think about how far we've come, that we're talking about a bipartisan Safer Communities Act passage and seeing all the shirts, the orange shirts and the red shirts and the blue shirts and the purple shirts, and what you've built, it makes me really proud to see what we've done together. And I know there's more to do. And the law that we're talking about is so critical. Tools in our hands as attorneys general, and you just heard A.G. Ellison and A.G. Tongs here and so many of our partners, giving us more tools matters. It helps. This is not an unsolvable problem. And so there's a few things that I know. The first is that this is a public safety and a public health crisis. And I am tired of listening to people lecture me about what's good for public safety when they're fighting for guns in our kids' schools and guns in our parks and guns in zoos and guns in the hands of violent domestic violence offenders. And I live at the end of the iron pipeline, as Peter said. New Jersey, I'm so proud that we have the strongest gun laws in America, and Governor Murphy has been a staunch advocate. 3 rounds of new gun safety bills signed over the last 5 years. But 82% of guns used in the commission of crime in New Jersey did not start in New Jersey. Every single time I'm in a group with law enforcement or community leaders, I ask, when was the last time you saw a gun used in the commission of crime that didn't start outside of our state? Nobody remembers. And so having these federal tools and having the full backing of the White House, and I have to thank President Biden for not accepting that we couldn't get something done, and the Department of Justice and the ATF, and having a full-time leader of the ATF and real leadership at local level who matters, this all makes a difference. Because the second thing I know is that while this is a public safety crisis, what we have done is moving the needle. The tools that we're given moves the needle. Last year in New Jersey, my first year in office, shootings went down in our state by 25% across the entire state. Every single one of our cities saw a double-digit decline in shootings. That's not an accident. You're 6 times more likely to be shot in Mississippi, and this is no disrespect to Mississippi, than you are in New Jersey. It's because of the tools we have and the way we use them. And it's because we've taken a multi-pronged approach, starting with our enforcement efforts, using tools like the trafficking law that's in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, investing, as we talked about earlier, so critical, and this act does this in violence intervention efforts, bringing them into the law enforcement response because they can reach people that law enforcement and cops can't. And as A.G. Ellison talked about, making those who profit off this bloodshed pay. And I'll wrap here. The third thing I know, and this is relevant to enforcement efforts, but it's relevant to everything, is that this, as Ruth said, is an ongoing fight. It is really critical for us to talk about our successes and show that what we are doing is working, that this is not window dressing. This matters. But we also need to know, as I know, that the guns keep coming. And so the work doesn't stop. There's still more laws to pass. There's still more tools to do. We are in court every day fighting for the tools we have and pushing for new ones and using, and you should hold those in your states accountable when folks like Senator Murphy get together and pass really important laws and give us tools. We, in positions like mine, and attorneys general, need to use them. And if we use them, the numbers that I talked about in New Jersey can be real. Those are hundreds of people that are not dead right now. Hundreds of dinner tables that have no empty chairs. So I am so grateful to have these tools. I'm grateful, yes, to live in a state like New Jersey, but we are a United States, and we know this is a national problem, and we cannot address it alone.
Agreed. Thank you, Matt. Rob, in Uvalde, and in shooting after shooting after shooting, we saw the same thing. Young men who can't buy a beer walk into a gun store and purchase, some of the most deadly armaments that have been produced in the history of humanity, and they've been doing it legally, passing a background check. So a key provision of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which I know is already having an impact, is this enhanced background check for young people. Can you talk a little bit about what that is and some of the successes that we've had?
Yeah, of course, Peter. Thank you for the question. Thank you for everyone who's here. Thank you especially to Senators Murphy and Blumenthal, who've really turned our heartbreak into hope, the hope of a safer tomorrow and safer communities. Because we know that to get to safer communities, we need to have stronger gun laws and substantial investment in community-based solutions. And that's what this bill provided. And each part of this bill went to a different aspect of gun violence. And Peter, I really appreciate that question because we know it's going to take a ton of solutions and honestly a ton of elected officials to come together. And I looked on this stage and I thought to myself, we're all from different states, red states, purple states, blue states. But each one of us on this stage has a US senator who voted for the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Including Republican Senator Roy Blunt. And that is what the progress we need is building on that success. And when we think about this provision in particular, as Peter said, what we know is that the most horrific mass shootings are committed predominantly by people under 21. What we know is that 18, 19, and 20-year-olds commit homicides at 3 times the rates of those older than 21. What we know is we have to invest in community, and we have to stop illegal access to guns. And so what this background check provision does is it says we're not just going to put a name into a computer system and let that do the work. I mean, I know we all think AI is our future, but that's not enough. What we have to be doing is actually talking to real people. And in this background check process, thanks to Congress and President Biden, we're not just putting a name into a system. We're going into the state to actually check to see if there's prohibiting records. We're talking to the custodians of mental health records. And I think most importantly, and the mayor would agree, is they're actually calling local law enforcement to see if there's flags. And the key to this provision is that it does not criminalize young people. It is really just rooted in preventing access. The crime is to sell a gun to someone who would fail this check, not for that young person who has that record. That is incredibly important. And Peter, when it comes to success, right? I mean, I love policy, and a lot of you do as well, but policy is only progress if it actually follows the data and saves lives, right? Our mission isn't just to pass laws, because we don't measure our success in the laws we pass, but in the lives that we save. And what I can tell you is this new enhanced background check is working. It's been in place for about a year. There's been 100,000 18, 19, 20-year-olds who've gone through this check. And denials have been increased by 20% thanks just to this law. And so, Peter, this is the success we need, and we need to build on it. So when local law enforcement gets that call, they're not just saying, hey, I have a record, but they're saying, should I use my red flag law? Should I use another tool? And as the Attorney General said, let's use all the tools we have at our disposal, because if we leave tools in the toolbox, we are just going to be less safe.
Thank you. Absolutely. And Rob, you mentioned, the fact that this was obviously a bipartisan Safer Communities Act. 65 votes in the United States Senate, up there close to the high water mark in terms of in bipartisan support of the most important elements of the Biden agenda. That's a bipartisan vote that reflects the bipartisan consensus that we see across the country, right? 90% of Americans, Democrats, Republicans, gun owners, non-gun owners, who all agree. Strong gun laws save lives. Mayor Lucas, you, obviously the mayor of Kansas City, but somebody who spends a significant amount of time as an ambassador for your community across the country, talking to Democrats, but also talking to Republicans. So what, in those conversations, is the impact of this law? The fact that, finally, after 30 years, the Senate comes together on a bipartisan basis and says, we got to do something. What's the impact on the ground?
The hardest thing often in public life, as you all know, and I know you all are engaged, is getting people to believe that change can happen, is getting people to believe that their advocacy is important. I was at church in Kansas City not long ago, and a woman walked up to me and she said, what are you going to do about all the murders in our city? And by the way, we have far too many. Our red states are less safe. Gun laws make a true and impactful difference, and there is a genocide right now in our cities based upon it. But I told her a whole bunch of stuff, and she said at the end, but you the mayor. If you can't do nothing, then how am I ever going to try to do something? And so what I then told her was, well, you know what? There's something good that actually happened in Washington. There was something good that happened there, which means that something good could happen in our legislature one day, something good can happen at City Hall, and ultimately in our communities. Sometimes I know on this issue it feels like you are pushing a boulder up a mountain. Trust me, I know it. There is nothing that I do. And by the way, I'm going to brag and then get back to my main point, right? My city's got it going on. We keep winning Super Bowls, like there's all this good stuff happening. But the thing that makes it tough is when I go home at night and when I hear about another young child who's lost their life, when I hear about shootings, which we have every day in my city of only 500,000 people, when we hear about the tragedies again and again and again, and frankly, when we hear about tragedies and we almost forget the names of each. So what this success meant was that we got to push back on that narrative. We got to tell the governor of my state, the people all around me, I'm just surrounded by states that say we don't need to do anything about it, that no, somebody is actually doing something about it. And the bigger thing is that all of your groups, because all of y'all are present in my part of the country too, even your Connecticut groups, you have like allies where I am, right? My thing that I would say is that, frankly, we are making a difference. We are making change, and fundamentally, that there will be positive change long term. We talked about domestic violence before. What the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act allowed us to do, right, is pass an ordinance that made it, because for whatever reason the state wouldn't enforce these things, we created a municipal ordinance violation because they preempted us on all gun laws except federal laws. So now it's a municipal ordinance violation if you are a domestic abuser who has a gun. Why do we have to bring that? The U.S. Attorney's Office is too busy. Our local law enforcement can go to a city prosecutor, get the guns out of the hands of the person terrorizing their families and their homes. That's what this law means. And so I say just very simply, keep believing in the impact that you're having, because you are making a difference everywhere, even in the rubiest red of places. We need you and your advocacy is saving lives on the streets of my city and so many others.
Thank you, Mayor Lucas. Absolutely. Now let's move to conclude this panel by looking ahead. And Rob, I'm going to start with you. If you could break down in just like a minute and a half, and I'm a policy nerd just like you are, right? There was a provision in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that made an amendment to what's called the Engaged in the Business statute. That was followed up by a very significant background checks executive action by President Biden. Tell us what we should be pushing for in the months ahead.
Look, Peter, I think a minute and a half means I went too long the last time, which I appreciate. Look, the truth is the best is yet to come with the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Bipartisan Safer Communities Act gave the tools to Department of Justice and ATF to really get after no background check gun sales. The president gave them the direction to do that, and now it's up to the Department of Justice and ATF to make good on that promise. Because what the law said is that if you're out there selling guns to strangers, dozens of guns online or at gun shows, to domestic abusers, to gun traffickers, to individuals who are engaged in the iron pipeline, well, this law now is looking at you. And it's going to crack down on those who are making these commercial sales. That's what we want to see from the ATF, is going at the source of these illegal guns. And so we're hoping to see new regulation, new enforcement, so that we actually turn that poll number, 90% of gun people support background checks, into actual policy. And the reason we've done that is because it's not just polls on paper anymore, but it's people at the polls. And that's all of you.
Well said. Attorney General Platkin, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, in addition to some strong new statutes, contain hundreds of millions of dollars in funding that is flowing at this very moment into communities across the country, including communities in New Jersey. How are you putting that funding to work?
We love federal money. So to all the senators, I have to thank Senator Booker and Senator Menendez as well. Thank you for all of the money in this bill. Again, this is real stuff. We've requested millions of dollars to implement our ERPO law, our red flag law. That is taking guns out of the hands of hundreds of individuals suffering from mental health issues in the state. People who, through our intelligence-based enforcement efforts, we've identified either through law enforcement or their own families came forward to a court and said, these are people who should not have a firearm. That money will save lives. There is no question that that money will save lives. And importantly, as we implement those, put those dollars to work, as the law requires and as we would always do, we are bringing the community in to be a part of how we spend that. And I think that's really important. This movement is built in so many ways on the information provided by the community, the experience and the lived experiences of people who've suffered the traumatic impact of gun violence. And when we listen to them and when we develop programs based on the dollars that were given by Congress at the state and local level with their voices as a part of it, we are better and stronger and more effective at deploying those resources. So that's one example that I know. And we know, last thing I'll say, people talk about mental health. New Jersey has a mental health crisis. Every state in this country has a mental crisis. This country is one of every single country in the world that has a mental health crisis. But it's the guns that make the difference. And if we can take the guns out of people's hands who should not have them and are suffering, and yes, get them the help they need, but take the guns out of their hands, as we will do thanks to this law, we will save more lives.
Absolutely. Now, Ruth, I'm going to give you the last question here in the vein of what comes next. We, as part of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, we narrowed the boyfriend loophole. I know you have been fighting on this issue for years and years and years. So in the domestic violence community, how can we work with you in terms of what's next to protect families and intimate partners from domestic violence?
So there's a couple of things that I want to make sure that we understand. We've been successful with the safer communities, right? But don't forget, they're going to come another way to make sure that we are not successful in the interest of a Second Amendment. So I just need to say that because we're already seeing it happen in regards to protection orders and domestic violence with the ruling out of the 5th District, Rahimi. It's horrible. And what it says is that, and I apologize because this is not related directly to the better communities, but I do want to say that let's be aware that they'll come another way, and we have to constantly be on our guard. For many, many, many years, he made me sound so old, which I am. So Rahimi out of the 5th District says that this person, Rahimi, can have a firearm under protection order, and he should not have had his firearm removed. So I give you that as an example of how we have to stay on guard, very much like what we've talked about is don't forget that your voice matters. And while we're dealing with the successes, there's also going to be these other efforts that we have to keep an eye on. As a domestic violence advocate, activist, survivor, and a gun violence survivor, I appreciate you, but please don't stop. And do not forget about domestic violence as you're doing this. It impacts our communities. It is more than about lethality. It's really about that same thing that we were talking about, mental health. If we don't remove guns from domestic abusers, we're going to lose lives, and we do lose lives. So please don't forget that. But mostly, thank you all so much for everything you do every day, because it does make a difference. That's why we're here today.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ruth. Thank you to this powerhouse panel. You heard it here. Don't stop. Move ahead. Keep on going. Let's implement the hell out of this law. That's right. And thank you so much to Senator Murphy and everybody else who brought us together here. And let's get ready to see President Biden a little bit later.
Please welcome to the stage the president of Everytown for Gun Safety, John Feinblatt.
Thank you all very much. Like so many of you, I've been working on the issue of gun safety since my days in City Hall with Mike Bloomberg. And there's no question about it, when we began working, just like so many of you, had the experience that this was really the third rail of American politics. But as Senator Murphy pointed out this morning, and as BISCA is testimony to the fact, the political calculus has changed so significantly on this issue. And I couldn't be happier to be joined by three people who I would say are most responsible for changing that political calculus: Senator Murphy, Senator Blumenthal, and my personal hero, Lucy McBath. Senator Murphy, let's start with you. You talked this morning about how things have changed so radically, particularly when we think about Sandy Hook versus today. But explain to us why there has been such a schism between public opinion and the votes of elected officials on this issue.
Well, really thrilling to be up here with Dick and my hero as well, Lucy McBath. And listen, this has obviously been a head scratcher, right? It's not new that 80–90% of Americans want things like universal background checks, and yet they weren't getting it from democracy. And the reason for a long time was that there was a very mature political movement on the side of the gun lobby. And for a very long time, there was a movement that didn't command that kind of power, that kind of attention, that kind of manpower on our side of the equation. And somewhere around the time of Sandy Hook, that all began to change. Voters said they wanted background checks, but it wasn't one of the top 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 issues that were on their mind when they came to the polls. But on the gun rights side, they had lots of voters who made it their number 1 or 2 or 3 issue to look at where a candidate stood on the issue of guns. And so what we did was to, A, build a movement where more voters are asking the question, where do you stand on assault weapons? Where do you stand on background checks? Where do you stand on red flag laws when they're assessing candidates? And now we have more voters that prioritize the issue of guns than the other side does. But the second thing we did was just raise the volume level for elected officials. You see a poll that says 90% of your constituents support something, but then you go to a town hall and nobody stands up and talks about it. And so you think, well, it's just not a real intense issue for my electorate. Well, that's not how it works anymore, right? When you go to a town hall, you know you're going to get asked about this issue from a group represented in this audience. You know when you look at your phone calls into your office for the week, you're going to get a readout that tells you X number of people every week are calling you to vote on the measures that we support. And so elected officials now can't avoid this issue. They know that there's not just public support, but there's intensity behind it as well. And that's the power of what we've done over the course of the last few years.
Representative McBath, you are no stranger to a tough fight. I mean, after all, I can remember the day when you told me you were going to flip Newt Gingrich's old seat. And you did. But you're now sitting in a Republican-controlled House, and tell me how you make progress, and is something you taught me, losing forward, part of the strategy?
Well, thank you, John, so much. And you're absolutely right. Sometimes losing forward is what we have to accept, but it's always incremental change. And I want to just kind of talk on a few levels. One, the difference that we're making now is that we have the voices of the people that are doing the work on the ground in the organizations, all of you advocates, and the voices of survivors. And I'm meeting survivors every single day. The voices matter, the stories matter. That is the catalyst that is changing the policy across this country. But also, too, I will say that, when I ran, I felt like I was crying out in the wilderness. I am a black woman who ran in Ruby Red, Georgia, on #1 policy of gun safety. And people said, it is political suicide. Don't do it. You can't win. You're talking about guns in Georgia. But now I am not the only one talking about gun safety. We have a whole host of people that are running across this country as candidates, and gun safety is an issue for them. They are driving the movement. And so whether it be on the municipal level or state level or in Congress with me, there's so many more gun sense champions. And that is the catalyst. But I will say is that those of my colleagues and I, yes, we drive the policy federally, but it takes all of the work that you are doing on the ground, your voices, the movement building, the advocates. That's what helps to drive the cultural change. And so that's what we see happening. And I venture to say that any of our colleagues in Washington that are getting in our way, I'm pretty sure that they're not going to have a job fairly soon.
Senator Blumenthal, I want to talk about another head scratcher, and that's the issue of safe storage, which clearly could have such an impact on theft, an impact on suicide, an impact on unintentional shootings. This is an issue dear to your heart. Is this an issue where we can see bipartisan support? And how do we get from where we are now to passing bills on safe storage?
We're going to pass Ethan's Law in the United States Senate. And I really want to give a shout out to Kristen and Mike Song who lost their son, Ethan. Talk about profiles in courage. And I want to thank also every single family member, every single survivor, every single victim of gun violence. You are the wind beneath our sails. You are the ones who inspire us in those toughest, darkest moments. People like Lucy, who have been through it, losing family members like Kristen and Michael Song. And the reason that we're going to pass Ethan's Law is because you have come to Washington and you have talked face to face, eye to eye, with our colleagues in a way that has truth to power. That's truth to power. Undeniable force. Safe storage used to be a principle of the gun lobby. They taught safe storage as part of the NRA. They believed in safe storage. They handed out locks to make guns safer. Well, my view is we should hold accountable anyone who is responsible for gun violence where they could have prevented it, like gun manufacturers who right now market to children. 80% of all school shootings are done by people who get guns in their own homes from family members. If we safely store those weapons, we can stop school shootings. 80% of all suicides of young people done by guns in their own homes. In the case of Ethan Song, a playful episode turned into a tragedy because of an unsafely stored gun. So I think we can make progress in a bipartisan way because of people like you who are here today and many, many others who are victims and survivors. And I'll just finish on this note. You know, I've been doing this for a while. Not that long. You don't have to, you know. In the early 1990s in Connecticut, we passed the first assault weapon ban. And I defended it in court when it was challenged, went to Litchfield County, the courthouse there, defended in the state Supreme Court. We have come a long way since those days when there was one organization, Brady. I look at this crowd, and what I see is real power. I see the power of people who are outraged, grief-stricken, and ready for action to honor the victims of gun violence with real action. Thank you all for being here today.
Let's talk a little bit more about the gun lobby, and thanks to everybody here and certainly everybody in this audience. I think it's fair to say the NRA is a shadow of its former self and a little bit like a hot stove that you don't want to touch. But there is a myth that they've propagated that's pretty strong, one that you've written about, in fact, which is that guns make you safer. So, Senator Murphy, how do we bust that myth?
Well, if having a lot of guns made you safer, America would be the safest country in the world. And so it's amazing that that myth has taken hold, right? Given the fact that that sentence alone is enough for people to roll it back in their brain. Right? It doesn't take a lot of effort to pierce this idea that you are safer with a weapon close to you. The data tells us broadly, right, that America is the most violent high-income nation. We don't have more mental illness. We don't have less law enforcement, right? What's different about America? It's that we have more guns than people in this country. But then if you drill down on a community-to-community level, the data is even more compelling. For every 1% increase in gun ownership in a community, there is a corresponding 1% increase in gun crime. It's 1 for 1. And if you have a gun in the home, you might think that that gun is going to be used to kill an intruder, right? You've seen that in the movies, right? But that's not how it plays out in real life. That gun is way more likely to be used to kill you or somebody that you love. And then lastly, John, we just point to state experiences. States like Connecticut, Massachusetts, California that have tougher gun laws, we have way less people who are dying from gunshot wounds. And I don't know, Dick and I don't hear a lot of complaints here in Connecticut from people who can't get a gun to protect themselves or to hunt. People seem to have accepted in our state just some reasonable restrictions. Less guns leads to less crime, and that's just irrefutable. We've got to do a better job of telling that story.
Senator Blumenthal, at the NRA's behest, perhaps at the height of their power, Congress gave the gun industry blanket civil immunity. If tobacco had that, if opioids had that, if auto industry had that, the Sacklers' names would still be on museums, we'd still be watching Joe Camel ads on TV, and cars would still be made of tin. But reversing that is an uphill battle. My question is, how do we shine a light on the industry? How do we sort of set the building blocks for an eventual repeal of PLCAA?
Well, you're talking to the right guy about
I know I am.
Suing tobacco and suing the gun manufacturers. And by the way, thank you for all your great work and that your organization does. Every town is just amazing. So here's a secret that a lot of the American public don't know. You know it. The gun manufacturers have this shield of immunity, unlike any other industry almost. They are protected against any responsibility, even when they market to young men and say, here's your manhood card, buy an assault weapon. And I want to shout out the Sandy Hook families who sued Remington and brought them to justice. And they used an exception in the law that was created by our state Supreme Court under the consumer protection laws that said when you market and you know harm's going to result from deceptive and misleading marketing, you should be held accountable. Well, that's a good way to enforce responsibility and accountability. And by the way, since that case, 8 states have adopted laws that will create an exception to PLCAA. It's happening at the state level, like Connecticut, and that's where we should encourage it to happen as well. But yesterday, Adam Schiff and I, supported by Senator Murphy, introduced a measure called the Equal Access to Justice for Victims of Gun Violence Act. Equal access to justice, to repeal PLCAA, get rid of it, eliminate the sweetheart deal that only the gun manufacturers have. And by the way, we're also introducing a measure called the Responsible Marketing of Firearms Act that would eliminate directly some of these misleading ads. But here's what I think is very important, and I really want to emphasize. Enforcement, law enforcement. Most of my career, been a prosecutor or a law enforcer. The FTC could take more action. We should strengthen the FTC's resources. We should give more resources to the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency. If you don't give resources to law enforcement, those laws are going to be dead letter. And that's why President Biden has been so extraordinarily important in his leadership. He said, let's put our money where our mouth is. Let's put our money where our mouth is in funding the guys who are on the streets, getting those dangerous weapons, the ghost guns, the stolen and lost weapons that are crime guns often. Let's support enforcement of our laws. And that's why repeal of PLCAA is so important, because it means that ordinary people who are victims of gun violence can be private attorneys general. They can enforce the law against those gun manufacturers when they fail their legal responsibility. Thank you. I hope I didn't talk too much like a lawyer, you know.
It was perfect. Representative Macbeth, you and I have talked many times about the fact that far too often people think, when they think about gun violence, they think about mass shootings. And while mass shootings are devastating, we know that many communities day in and day out are suffering from mass shootings. And those are communities that are traumatized and hurt, and it particularly hits Black and brown communities hardest. We have many representatives from community-based programs in the audience today, and I guess my question is, well, there's no question that we got additional funding through BSCA to support gun violence intervention programs. How do we continue to make the case for their effectiveness, and how do we continue to make the case that communities are traumatized day in and day out, and we need to help them?
Thank you so much for that question. And I do want to say to you, John, and to every town and all the organizations around the country that are investing in community violence intervention programs in communities that desperately need this. And of course, as John said, those are communities, usually communities of color. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing that. And I say that because we have to deal with the root causes of the violence. You have to deal with the root. You have to pull up the root. You have to pull it out. You have to be able to do that kind of work, that foundational work, to be able to break the cycle of violence. Of course, doing that work on the ground level helps to enhance what we do on a policy level. We were really excited, so excited, with the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. We were able to secure $250 million for community violence intervention programs all around the country. Organizations that have been doing this work with far too few resources, manpower, and that $250 million is only just a tip of the iceberg. There's so much more money that needs to be allocated. But what it is we're saying that we're investing in the root causes, finding the root causes, breaking that cycle of violence at the root so that we can begin to really address gun violence, because it's all a part of it. But I'm just really excited about that. I will say that these community violence intervention programs and organizations, you know, they work. They truly, truly work. They are data-driven. They are focused specifically on the communities, and they're performance-based. And so going forward, my colleagues and I, you know, I intend to make sure that we are going to do as much as we can to allocate more funds. But I'm working with my colleague, Representative Stephen Horsford, and other colleagues, and we have introduced a bill called Break the Cycle of Violence. And in that bill, we want to be able to secure over $6.5 billion for these community-based violence intervention programs. This is the kind of work that has to be done. This is gun violence prevention as well. It is a holistic, organic way of really being able to look at gun violence prevention. And so we have to be able to spend more time and effort in building up those organizations that are already doing the work. A lot of these smaller organizations don't have the resources, they don't have the means, they don't have the manpower, but they are effective. So let's invest organically in gun safety, in violence prevention.
I want to close with a question for everyone on the panel. There's no question about it. Passing BSCA broke a logjam. As we've heard today, the first major gun safety bill in 30 years. But nobody up here wants to rest on their laurels. And what we really should be thinking about now is, yes, marking the passage of BSCA, but also looking around the corner about what's next. And so what I want to ask all three of you is, what are you looking forward to? What are you excited about? What do you think is next on the agenda? And I'm going to start by giving my answer, which is, it may be the case that we're not going to pass an assault weapons ban this year, but there are things we can do. We, for instance, could ask the administration to have the Department of Defense stop buying guns from manufacturers that sell assault weapons to civilians. So, Senator Murphy, what's around the corner for you?
Well, listen, I believe what I said this morning, that last year represented a paradigm shift. And I think that you can see that in other movements that look and feel like ours over the years, the civil rights movement, the marriage equality movement. There is a moment where all of a sudden the change agents have the power. And so I just have no question that in the next several Congresses, whether it's this year or not, we are going to pass everything that we've been talking about here today, including an assault weapons ban, including universal background checks. I am absolutely confident that's going to happen. And because I sense we are running out of time,
We've actually been granted more time.
Oh, good. All right. So
an unusual circumstance.
We're operating on Senate rules.
Right.
Yes.
Well, I won't go. I'll keep it brief. I will just say this. So I believe we're in a moment in which we are going to win consistently. But what has historically happened with those great social change movements is that they did win consistently. They didn't get everything all at once. And so I don't ever want you to be satisfied with incremental progress, but I want you to demand it. And I want you to understand that every time we win at the state level or at the federal level, even if it's not the promised land, it is part of our story. And I also want you to know that the only way that we win is by keeping that volume level really high, right? Eventually, politicians pay attention to the squeakiest wheel, and we have finally become the squeakiest wheel. I told a story about what happened during those bipartisan negotiations last year. Here's another one. Early on, when the bill was just getting rolled out, a senator from a Mountain West state who did not vote for the bill in the end, and who was not even anywhere close to the list of those we thought would vote for it, said, she said this publicly to a reporter, she said, I've got to keep my mind open to what they're working on, because calls are running 10-1 in my office in favor of doing something, right? 10-1 in a Republican state, in a ruby red Republican state. And so if they're running 10-1 in a ruby red Republican state, in a purple state, they're running 20-1. And so that's what moves the needle, is that when we get close, right, when we get in that room, right, that we just turn up the dial and make sure that they can't avoid us. And so it takes stick-to-itiveness. It takes continuing to be invested in these groups. But I just believe that we are in this moment where victory is going to be pretty consistent for us if we keep up our work.
Senator Blumenthal.
Speaking of the Senate, I think we need to abolish the filibuster. And we can do that. And by the way, that's the way to pass an assault weapon ban in this country. We ought to have a Senate that votes by majority, not 60 votes on all of these measures. Second point I want to make, and I just thought of this as I was looking at this audience. I think what is really changing here is young people joining this movement. I was in Newtown just a couple of weeks ago for an evening rally organized by the Junior Newtown Action Alliance. Junior Newtown Action Alliance. By the way, there's nothing junior about the Junior Newtown Action Alliance. March for Our Lives, Everytown, Connecticut Against Gun Violence, Sandy Hook Promise, they are all now driven by people who have lived through gun violence. The speakers that evening in Newtown had been in school in 6th grade when their classmates were gunned down. They're now voting. They are voting, and pretty soon they're going to be running for office. So, just to add to the very powerful point that Senator Murphy just made, I think we're on the cusp of a lot of changes in this country. It isn't necessarily going to be this session, but we need to have that kind of longer view, which in the history of this country is not that long. And I think, for example, ghost guns, the folks who believe most strongly that every gun ought to have a serial number are the folks who have to face crime and the criminals, because those crime guns can't be identified and traced and the criminals tracked down unless there are serial numbers. So I think banning ghost guns is very high on the agenda, safe storage, other kinds of common sense measures where we can get bipartisan agreement. And I'll just end on this note. I have a story too. I have a lot of stories. But when I first wrote the draft of a emergency risk protection order statute, red flag statute, my partner on the other side of the aisle was Lindsey Graham. Now, Blumenthal and Graham are kind of an unlikely pair, right? But what it shows you is that we can come together. Even those folks who you might not think have a lot in common. Well, Lindsey Graham and I have been to Ukraine a couple of times. We're advocates of aiding Ukraine in its resistance to Putin's murderous onslaught. We have worked on this red flag statute, and we're going to do more to make more money available, I hope, for states that do the right thing. And so I think we need to reach out beyond our comfort zones, our political comfort zones, to take advantage of this moment, because it is a really powerful moment.
Before Lucy answers this question, she'll do it better than us. I just want to build for 1 second on your point, which is the administration has a lot of tools at their disposal, and we're going to have some high-ranking administration officials here later today. And so it is important to, A, keep the pressure on the administration and give them credit when they step up. And they are stepping up right now, because one of the things that we can do following the passage of the law is to clarify who is a licensed dealer of guns and who isn't. Lots of people right now are selling dozens of weapons online or at gun shows, and they don't think that they're a licensed dealer, so they don't get licensed and they don't perform background checks. And admittedly, the definition has been a little fuzzy over the year. Well, we clarified the definition in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and the administration has announced that they are now going to put forward a rule that is going to create a lot more kind of black and white specificity as to who's a gun dealer and who's not. And the goal, the president has said this, the goal is to bring as many commercial sales as possible, get as close to universal background checks as you can under the existing statute. So there is still more to come from the administration, potentially really groundbreaking things to come, and we should push them to make that regulation as strong as possible, and then we should celebrate them when they do it.
Representative Macbeth, around the corner. looking for?
Well, first, I must say, as a mother who lost her child to gun violence, I have been very, very encouraged by our evolution in gun violence prevention over the last 10 years. And I'm very grateful to have an administration at the White House that is taking this very, very seriously and pushes Congress, pushes us to act. I know that the president has said over and over and over again, we need to ban assault weapons. And so I take that very seriously. I did lead the charge for an assault weapons ban discharge petition just this week in Washington. I mean, there's absolutely no need for weapons of war in our communities and our homes. We don't have explosives in our homes. We don't have tanks. Why do we have weapons of war on our streets? But beyond that as well, with the Bipartisan Safer Communities law, very, very excited about the millions of dollars of funding that have gone to institute red flag laws across the states. For any states that want to create their own red flag laws, there is funding now for them to do so. That is a game changer, truly a game changer. But of course, I would like to see, as I'm sure we all want to see, a federal red flag law so that every state has access to these tools that they can utilize when they have a loved one that is exhibiting signs of being in crisis. Making sure that they have the tools to be able to go to law enforcement, and law enforcement as well be able to petition the court to say that this individual is probably, in crisis at this point. They have access to firearms. We want to help them. We need to ascertain whether or not they should have those firearms at this point. So this is really, really important because this is not only for homicides, this is also for suicide. The number one way that people in the country are killing themselves when they commit suicide is with guns. So being able to really make sure that these tools are available for every state, and I must say, we now have 21 states across America that are actually using red flag laws. Even as of May of this year, we have Minnesota and Wisconsin that have also instituted their red flag laws. So they do work. They do make a difference. And I'm reminded every single time when we talk about red flag laws, there is a constituent in my district, and her name is Mary Strobel. And she had a brother, Ben Strobel. And Ben was, he was a veteran, a combat veteran, who was suffering from depression and PTSD. And Mary and her father, they scoured the entire community, going to every gun store, every gun seller, imploring them, please do not sell my brother a gun. Please don't. We're afraid he's going to commit suicide. And their worst fears came true. Ben did commit suicide with a gun. But had we had some deterrent in place, such as red flag laws, we may have been able to save Ben. Think of all the numbers of people and all the lives across the country that we can save. No red flag laws are not going to save every individual that's going to suffer by homicide or suicide, but they are deterrents. And that we have to be about the business of saving people's lives. It is your right to live in this country without the fear of being gunned down in your homes, in the parks, in schools, in places of worship. And I'm so grateful that we are moving the needle. We are moving forward. Even if we're losing forward, it's incremental change. And it's going to happen because it's the right thing to do.
And talking about moving the needle, there are no other three people who are more responsible in Washington, D.C. for moving the needle than the three people who have joined us today. So thank you all. We couldn't be more grateful.
Please welcome to the stage Executive Director of Moms Demand Action, Angela Farrell Zabala.
Hello. How y'all doing? You can do better than that. How are you doing? Yes, that's what I like to hear. So good morning. I think it's still morning. It's amazing to be here with so many gun sense champions today. My name is Angela Farrell Zabala, and I'm the first executive director of Moms Demand Action. I am so energized and inspired by the people gathered in this room. Together, you're responsible for the incredible progress we've made on this issue over the past decade. We all know that rewriting our country's history on gun violence and achieving the kind of sweeping generational change America needs is challenging. But the people in this room epitomize the saying, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. And we keep going, y'all. Yes. I'm honored to work shoulder to shoulder with some of the toughest moms in America, along with Students Demand Action. We're the grassroots army of Everytown for gun safety, and our tens of thousands of volunteers and 10 million supporters are proud to be part of the National Gun Violence Prevention Movement. So I'm a lifelong community organizer who joined the fight because I believe things get better when we get off the sidelines and work together. I'm also the mother of 4 beautiful children who, like all the children in America, deserve to grow up and grow old without fear and trauma of gun violence. But with guns now the leading cause of death for children, teens, and college-age people, young Americans are being impacted by this crisis every single day, at home, at school, and in their neighborhoods. 2 of my girls are in elementary school, and when I kiss them goodbye in the morning, I know that they're running into the arms of educators who would do anything to keep them safe. I also know that our teachers are on the front lines of America's gun violence crisis and bear the brunt of the continued inaction. Gunfire on school grounds has hit record levels. And even when children and educators don't experience violence at schools themselves, they live with the trauma of active shooter drills and the constant fear that their school might be next. We know the answer to protecting children and educators isn't more guns. We need policies that prevent guns from being brought to school in the first place, and investment in solutions that work. Thankfully, we have gun sense champions in the White House who are willing to do what it takes to keep our children and educators safe. It's my honor to introduce a man who has dedicated his life to doing just that. Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona. Yes. Secretary Cardona, it was an honor to have you join us for Wear Orange earlier this month in Virginia, and it's an honor to share the stage with you again today. Secretary Cardona is a gun sense champion who began his career as an elementary school teacher at the very same school he attended. He went on to become the principal there and then Connecticut's Commissioner of Education. He spent his entire career advocating for children's inside and outside of this classroom and helping young people achieve their dreams. But our children can't dream of anything bigger than their own survival if we don't address America's gun violence crisis. They can't learn and thrive, and they're hiding under their desk, or when they're worried about being shot walking through their neighborhoods, or when home isn't a safe place. That's why the people in this room dedicated their time, talents, and energy to changing the political calculus on this issue. Your relentless advocacy set the stage for lawmakers to take historic action 1 year ago and pass the most significant federal gun safety law in a generation. You can clap for that. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act treats gun violence like the public health crisis it is, strengthening gun laws and providing funding for holistic solutions that we know work. The result is a huge step forward on the road to real change. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act showed Americans weary from decades of inaction that progress on gun safety is possible. And it showed people from all walks of life that what unites us on this issue is far greater than what divides us, and that we are capable of honoring victims and survivors with more than thoughts and prayers. We're capable of honoring them with action. But there's so much more work to do to address this crisis that kills 120 Americans each day and wounds more than 200 more. We have to keep on fighting, y'all. That's why we're here today, because our children deserve to dream bigger than making it to their 18th birthday. They deserve to feel safe in their schools, their homes, and their neighborhoods. So thank you, Secretary Cardona, for always putting the safety of our children and educators first. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to this movement, and thank you for your fierce leadership in the fight to end gun violence. And with that, it's my great pleasure to introduce Secretary Cardona.
Good afternoon. How we doing? Really happy to be here. I want to thank you, Angela. Moms Demand Action is a force to be reckoned with. Let's hear it for them. I also want to thank Senators Chris Murphy and Richard Blumenthal and Everytown for Gun Safety for organizing this first ever National Safer Communities Summit. Let's give it up for them. I saw Congresswoman McBath here. We know former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords is here also. And I know the Commissioner of Education for Connecticut, Charlene Russell Tucker's in the house too. Let's give all of them a round of applause. And a special thank you for the presence of the families impacted by school shootings who I know are here today. Thank you for being here. You know, a decade ago, I was proudly serving as principal of Hanover Elementary School in Meriden, Connecticut, just a half hour away from the senseless tragedy at Sandy Hook School. I remember that morning vividly and how it shook our entire community. There was a numbness felt across the building. There were tears shed by teachers in the break room between classes. I remember hearing from my dad, who now a retired police officer, who went to Sandy Hook to help secure the area. And I remember hearing from him about the horrific events that unfolded. I remember the panicked phone calls from parents asking, Miguel, what are you going to do to keep my child safe? And I remember the thoughts that went through my own head, because I'm a father, you know. Title I appreciate the most and I love the most is Papi. At the time, I had 2 kids in elementary school. How could we keep them safe? If it could happen in Newtown, it can happen in Meriden. It's why to this day, when I drop my children off, whether it's college or high school, I always say a prayer, God, keep them safe, protect them. In the weeks after Sandy Hook, I remember feeling powerless and outraged. I thought to myself, if we as a people normalize the slaughter of innocent children, then we have bigger problems on our hand. If we as a country care more about selling AR-15s than saving the lives of children, we've lost our way. We no longer ask if it's going to happen again, but when and where. I never imagined that a decade after Sandy Hook, I would be serving as the Secretary of Education and traveling to Uvalde, Texas, to grieve. For 19 murdered children and 2 educators. I attended the wakes of 4 murdered children and a teacher who was gunned down protecting her students, and her husband who died of a broken heart just days later. I remember listening to the cries of parents living their worst nightmare, a grief felt across the country, where gun violence kills over 3,600 children and youth each year. After the mass for the murdered teacher and her husband, I was outside the church and I saw a group of teachers from Robb Elementary School. And I went over to them and I started talking to them. And you know, tears were flowing and one of them looked at me. She looked me in the eye and she said, "Please do something." Those are the same desperate cries for action we heard after Newtown and Parkland and Santa Fe. And in the countless communities that have lost children to gun violence, but have never made the national news. But something was different this time. This time, Washington listened to the voices of the American people. And this month marks 1 year since President Biden signed the bipartisan Safer Communities Act into law. You in this room made that possible. You made it possible. Look, at the Department of Education, we're all acting with that same sense of urgency we felt after Sandy Hook and after Uvalde and all the other countless murders that we've heard about. This year alone, we've seen 270 mass shootings and 180 gun-related incidents on school campuses. In every single case, there are children and youth facing trauma that impacts their ability to learn and to thrive. It compounds the mental health crisis. And it's compounding the teacher shortage too. We don't pay teachers enough already, so I'm sure as hell not gonna stay quiet about fighting for their safety. At the United States Department of Education, we got over $2 billion out the door already. The first $1 billion is for training and preparing more people for careers in school-based mental health, an effort that'll bring 14,000 more school counselors, therapists, and other mental health professionals that we know our students need. We're maximizing this effort by cutting the red tape that has made it tough for schools to expand health services. Until now, it's virtually impossible for districts to file claims with programs like Medicaid or Children's Health Insurance Program, CHIP, even though they cover 55% of the kids in America. That's 41 million children. At one of our first cabinet meetings in DC, the president pushed us to make the process simpler. So we're sitting around that table, that big table that you see. The president looks at Javier Becerra, the Secretary of HHS, Health and Human Services, and me. He goes, "Javier, Miguel, fix that process. It's not working." And when the President of the United States looks at you and tells you to do something, you do it. You do it. So I'm proud to share that today, Health and Human Service Secretary Javier Becerra and I sent a letter to every governor in the nation letting them know how we've simplified the reimbursement process for behavioral health in our schools. That is happening. We got it done. We got it done, and mental health support services in schools can be reimbursed by Medicaid. That's going to provide a long-lasting, sustainable impact in our ability across the country to provide mental health supports to our students. The second $1 billion from BISCA will help schools shore up security and build safer, more positive and supportive school cultures. And there's a lot of flexibility for how schools could use the Stronger Connections grant funds. But let me be clear. A lock on a school door is no match for an AR-15. And please don't get me started on the politicians pushing us to arm teachers, all right? These are the same politicians who don't trust teachers to choose the right books for our classrooms, and now they want to... You don't trust them to pick out books for kids, and now you want to put guns in their hands? Come on, man. School safety is about more than metal detectors and security cameras. Students need to feel safe enough to share what's going on in their lives so we can address the trauma before the despair takes over, so we can intervene and prevent violence before it strikes. This is critical, especially in communities struggling with gun violence on a daily basis. We're talking about evidence-based approaches that improve behavioral and academic outcomes by making students feel safer, accepted, and protected in our schools. Protected, welcome, and accepted in our schools. And let me just take a moment to say, all means all, not some. We're also investing $50 million in 21st century community learning centers so that youth have enriching opportunities outside of school to keep them engaged and safe from violence. We know safer communities lead to safer schools. The Biden-Harris team gets that, and that's why we're making investments in that. This is how we raise the bar for student mental health, by building the infrastructure of care and support that students need before it's too late, before the despair sets in. We'll continue investing in trauma-informed learning and safer schools and community violence prevention. This work is important. It will save lives, but let me be clear, it's not enough. It's not enough. It will not be enough until we get tougher gun laws. Until we restore President Biden's assault weapons ban, until we truly have universal background checks and stop the flow of illegal guns on our streets, we need to do more. We need to do more. I need our Republican leaders in Congress to listen to the cries of the parents and teachers and do their jobs. Do their jobs. I want to shout out here the governor and the bipartisan team that passed gun safety legislation here in Connecticut. But across the country, let's give them a round of applause. Across the country, we must not accept the status quo. Not when guns are the #1 killer of children and youth in America. Not when students are getting shot on their way to school. Not when educators have to teach children how to run, hide, and fight before they can teach them how to read. We cannot give up. This is our moment. We must keep pushing. We must keep organizing. We must keep voting. And as President Biden recently said, there'll come a point where our voices are so loud, our determination so clear that we can no longer be stopped. I'm really proud to say that POTUS is on his way here. He's in the air now. Are you ready to make some noise today? Let's make sure we keep making noise, make sure they hear us. Just over a week ago, as Angela said, I was fortunate to be with Angela, but I was also speaking with Vice President Kamala Harris at a rally for gun violence awareness. The conference was at John Lewis High School in Springfield, Virginia. And I couldn't help but think of the late, great Congressman John Lewis's wise words when he said, "If not us, who? And if not now, when? I'm honored to be here with you today. I'm honored to join you in the fight. Let's continue to fight. Our children are watching. Pa'lante siempre. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal.
Thank you all. I am so proud and excited to be part of this amazing event. Somebody just wished me good luck and said, break a leg. Done that, man. But I'm here without a cane, without crutches, and not even a broken leg could keep me away from this event. And thank you all for taking the time to be here. You know, I have been so grateful and proud to be Chris Murphy's wingman on the Safer Communities Act. And I just want to take a point of his personal privilege and point out that his mom and dad and his great wife, Kathy, are here today in the audience. You know, in this fight against gun violence, there are heroes all around us. The teachers that Miguel Cardona just mentioned are heroes. They're the ones who go into the classroom. Literally, right now, they're there in those classrooms, probably many of them, doing the drills that are so horrendously now a part of our lives, everyday lives. The emergency responders. You know, I was at Sandy Hook the afternoon that shooting occurred. And first responders went into the elementary school. And when they came out, they were in tears. They were in shock. Because when emergency responders, our police, our fire, our medics go to these scenes, they go through it, that violence as well. They see the results firsthand. 20 children mangled as a result of that assault weapon. And there are heroes in our veterans. Veterans are often victims of gun violence, often victims of PTS that cause them to take their own lives, those mental health issues, as a result of what they see on the battlefield, the trauma they go through. Our veterans are heroes, and they are all too often victims and survivors. As a matter of fact, all the veterans who are here today, please raise your hands so we can thank you for your service to our country. And I want to single out a group that hasn't been mentioned. A great big thanks to Governor Lamont. He's led the way. But the state legislators in Connecticut have been so profoundly important. If you're a state legislator, please stand so we can thank you. We can be so proud in Connecticut because we've been at the forefront. We've been at the tip of the spear. Our laws are the template for what we did in the Safer Community Act. And we are going to continue to be at the forefront because just this session on open carry, our Connecticut State Legislature is helping to lead the way. And they are heroes as well. I have the great honor of introducing one of my personal heroes. You know, many of my colleagues in Washington knew Gabby Giffords better than I did. I got to know her as a result of our work together on gun violence. I also got to know her husband, Mark Kelly, who's now in the United States Senate, and by the way, he is a hero too. And I want to read to you something that Mark texted to me. We were texting back and forth. You know, when senators can't find anything better to do, they text each other. So Mark texted me because I asked him maybe to give me some suggestions for how to introduce his wife. He said, I'd also like to tell you about what I think was the thing that is most relevant to her connection with the state of Connecticut. It isn't positive, but it is profound. Her life changed dramatically on 2 days, about 2 years apart. The day that she was shot in 2011, and the day of the Sandy Hook school shooting. Her work to end this scourge of gun violence isn't because of the first day, but because of the second. She didn't feel a call to action because of what happened to her personally, her disability, her loss of career, and ability to communicate. That didn't compel her to do this. It was 20 kids in a classroom in Connecticut, and then meeting the parents in a living room in Newtown that set her on this path. She is in Connecticut tomorrow because of a journey that started on December 14, 2012. I was in the living room that Mark refers to when she visited a number of the families who went through that gun violence and lost children. Her connection with them, her compassion, her courage was magical. It was something almost that could be felt in the air. Her strength and tenacity inspired all of us, but most important, her feeling, her empathy for them. The other experience with Gabby that I will never forget was walking on the mall through the white flags that a couple of years ago were set there to commemorate by Everytown and Giffords the losses that we've seen to gun violence. And as we walked through the rows of white little flags, hand in hand, I felt that same strength in her, physically and emotionally. Gabby Giffords is a hero because of who she is, what she's done, and what she will continue to inspire us to do. I am so proud and grateful to introduce to you Gabby Giffords.
I'm known the darkest of days, days of pain and uncertain recovery. But confronted by despair, I've summoned hope. Confronted by paralysis and aphasia, I responded with grit and determination. I put one foot in front of the other. I found one word and then I found another. My recovery is a daily fight, but fighting makes me stronger. Words once came easily. Today I struggle to speak, but I've not lost my voice. America needs all of us to speak out, even when you have to fight to find the words. I'm also in a second fight, the fight to stop gun violence. It's also a fight forged by tragedy and pain, a fight that can change lives. We are at a crossroads. We can let the shooting continue, or we can act. We can protect our families, our future. We can vote. We can be on the right to history. Please join us in this fight. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Team Enough, and a 2023 graduate from Trinity Washington University, and I am a survivor of the Marjory Stoneman Douglas mass shooting in Parkland, Florida. On Valentine's Day in 2018, bullets shattered and tore through our classroom walls, laptops, books, and my classmates' bodies, right before my eyes. I called my parents to tell them how much I loved them and to tell them my last goodbyes. I spent nearly every day since fighting so no one has to experience what I did. No 16-year-old should have to hide beneath the body of their murdered classmate to survive, but I did. School should not be a war zone. I've seen firsthand the power of raising my voice, and I'm so proud to be here among so many of you who have raised your voices and those who have taken action. Unfortunately, Parkland wasn't my only experience with gun violence. My uncle was shot and killed in Brooklyn, New York, years before when he was just 18 years old. I'm now 4 years older than he ever got to be. Gun violence disproportionately affects Black and brown families. It's not just school shootings or mass shootings. It's about people across America not knowing if they'll come home at the end of the day. We need leaders like Senator Murphy and others here today who understand the deadly and traumatic price of inaction. We need legislators with the courage to say, "We hear you, America." Children in America deserve better. We can and we must do more to ensure that no one has the fear of joining this club nobody wants to be a part of. I call on those who serve at the will of the people to stand up and join our fight so we can pass sensible solutions, and if not, get out of our way. I will say it again. I call on those who serve at the will of the people to stand up and join our fight so we can pass sensible solutions, and if not, get out of our way. This generation can and will be the generation to solve and stop gun violence.
For sure. Hello, everybody. My name is Trevon Bosley. I'm 25 years old, and unfortunately, I've been in a fight against gun violence since I was 7. My cousin Vincent Avant was shot and killed down the street from his home. The following year, April 4th, 2006, my brother Terrell Bosley was shot and killed at church while getting ready for band rehearsal. While firearms has been the leading cause of death for our generation since 2020, guns has been the leading cause of death for Black children since 2006. This crisis has forced youth to put down toys and pick up bullhorns. It has forced youth to put down fun and innocence and pick up desperation and survival. And most importantly, it has forced young people to put down their childhood and pick up a nation. As we fight for our lives, we're also fighting for a seat at the table, to be seen as experts on our own issues and our own lives that impact us. We are the leaders of today, not just the leaders of tomorrow. Youth are leading this fight. We've mobilized hundreds of thousands of people the last summer in hundreds of cities, and we're still organizing. I've organized with youth in my hometown of Chicago to communities across the country as a board member for March for Our Lives. And over the years, I've learned how important it is to have allies, real leaders, those who will stand up with us and not just say enough is enough, but to actually act on it. I'm pleased to have a champion in the fight to end gun violence in attendance, President Biden. The president and I and the movement that is March for Our Lives don't always see eye to eye, but true leaders look at people they disagree with straight in the eye and they say, I see you. Let's talk about it. I and others are still losing friends and family every single day to gun violence, so we know we can't just stop here. But in this fight, we're glad to have President Biden on our side, and we're hopeful for more to come. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucy Sarkissian, and unfortunately, like so many other American youth and activists on this stage, I became involved in gun violence prevention after surviving a school shooting when I was 14 years old. Since then, I'm now 18 years old, and in the past 4 years, I have spoken at the Denver March for Our Lives rally after the Uvalde shooting last year. I've advocated for policies in the state of Colorado, including a ban on ghost guns and the repeal of Colorado's version of PLCAA. And I'm now... And this spring, I organized an art show highlighting the devastating effects of gun violence on American youth. For a long time, despite the hard work of gun violence prevention activists all across the country, it felt like we would never be able to make progress in Congress. But last year, through the leadership of Senator Murphy and President Biden, we were finally able to pass the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Because of this bill, Colorado, my home state, has received more than $9 million to fund mental health care in our schools and communities, support gun violence survivors, and to implement extreme risk protection orders. These measures could have potentially prevented what happened to me. It is too late to go back and undo what happened to me, but it is not too late to prevent it for the future and for future generations. Well, these are just the first steps of many steps to end gun violence in America. It is something to be celebrated because this funding in this bill has saved lives and will continue to do so. The commitment of Senator Murphy and President Biden and all of you today means everything to young people like me who are tired of constantly having to live in fear or have to live with the trauma of surviving gun violence. I am proud to stand here today and stand with all of you in this fight. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Kaufman. I'm a rising senior at Yale University, the co-founder of the Students Demand Action chapter at our campus, and a survivor of the mass shooting that took place 5 years ago at my high school, Marjory Stoneman Douglas, in Parkland, Florida. I was 15 years old when a shooter walked into my school on Valentine's Day and massacred 17 of my classmates, teachers, and friends with an assault rifle, wounding 17 others. In the wake of the worst day of my life, I made a promise to myself that I would do everything in my power to help prevent others from going through that same horror, and refuse to accept thoughts and prayers instead of policy and change. Kids being gunned down in our neighborhoods, in our homes, in our schools is not an acceptable way of life. But President Biden has led the way with lawmakers from both sides of the aisle to make change. That's why I am so honored to be here today as we celebrate the 1 year since breaking the logjam of inaction. The landmark legislation we passed last year was a historic victory for the gun safety movement. And make no mistake, it is saving lives. President Joe Biden and the gun sense champions we've been joined by today know we can stand up to the gun lobby and win. My generation has been given the hope for a future where being told to run, hide, and fight is not a daily refrain that we have to repeat. And while this fight is not over, it's one we are winning. I'm excited to introduce a personal hero of mine today, the leader of the anti-gun violence movement, Senator Chris Murphy.
How amazing are these guys? They deserve a big, big standing ovation. Thank you, Sari. Thank you, Lucy, Trey, Leah. Listen, I meant what I said this morning. There is no anti-gun violence movement that wins without young people. This is your movement. You are seeing it in real life. Let me just take one quick point of personal privilege. I get to engage in this fight every single day alongside the best delegation in the country. You saw Senator Blumenthal up here earlier, but I am also joined here today by three members of the House delegation, Representative Rosa DeLore, Representative Johanna Hayes, and Representative John Larson. Give them a big round of applause. They are all fighters. So I am the only thing standing between you and the President of the United States. So I am going to get right to the point. And the point is this: the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that we are celebrating and talking about today would not have happened without Joe Biden. When we say it's been 30 years since we beat the NRA, what we really mean is that it's been 30 years since Joe Biden beat the NRA, right? It was Senator Joe Biden and a handful of others who took on the NRA and the gun lobby in the 1980s and the 1990s and secured passage of those landmark pieces of legislation, the Brady background checks bill and the assault weapons bill. Joe Biden was fighting and beating the gun lobby before anybody else was. He knows how to do it. And last summer, after Uvalde, Joe Biden stepped up again. In the days after the shooting, we had begun early bipartisan meetings. But most of the pundits, they just wrote us off, right? They'd seen it before. A mass shooting happens, followed by some chatter of action, and then nothing. Republicans and Democrats just retreating to their corners. The week after Uvalde was a recess week for Congress, so we were all going back to our states and to our districts. We were leaving town. Even more reason to think that this momentum, whatever we had, was going to vanish. But then I got a call from the White House. They told me that the president was considering going on television, using one of his few precious primetime addresses to challenge Congress and the country to make this time different. He called me, and we talked about how some people were saying that this time wasn't going to be different, that some people were saying that a speech wasn't going to make any difference. But he told me, I care about this issue so deeply in my bones, the safety of our kids, that I'm willing to take any chance, no matter how remote, to get something done. If I give this speech, is it going to help? He asked. I told him he would. And you remember this address, this emotional, heartfelt plea to the nation at a moment when we could have lost all of that momentum. And along with his daily support of our month-long talks, Joe Biden is the biggest part of the story as to why the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act became law. Now, President Biden knows the feeling of loss, and maybe that's why he wears his feelings about this issue on his shirt sleeve. Maybe that's why he feels this connection to many people in this room who have lost loved ones to this epidemic. Maybe that's why he's joined us here today, to help us talk about the progress we've made and the progress that we are going to make. But I will end by saying what I have said now 2 different times on this stage over the course of today. I believe that the next decade is our movement's decade, a decade to consistently make changes to our laws to make our communities and our kids safer from gun violence. And that opportunity exists because we have a president who eats, sleeps, and breathes the fight to end this epidemic. Our president, President Joe Biden,
Hello, hello, hello. I think maybe your patience exceeds your good judgment. Please have a seat if you have one. Thank you for your commitment. I really mean it. You know, as a kid, I came out of a different movement, the civil rights movement. Senator Blumenthal and I have talked about it before. I come from a state that is the 8th largest black population in the country and was segregated when I was a kid. That's what got me engaged and made me believe that we could do anything. Maybe we could do anything. So I want to thank Chris for the introduction. But before I say anything else, I want to acknowledge the amazing young people you just heard from. You know, I really mean it. It takes extraordinary courage for them to stand up here and retell the story. Because many of you out there are either parents, relatives, and/or victims yourself. It's not just your story. It's the first graders, the educators of Sandy Hook. It's the kids and teachers at Uvalde who I sat with afterwards. It's the Mother Emanuel 8 years ago, tomorrow. It's the Tree of Life Synagogue. It's the families all across Hartford. Not just the shootings that make the headlines, but every single day. Every damn day in America. In areas that are poor, mostly minority, there's a mass shooting. And it never reaches the crescendo that it reaches other places. Every single day. And folks, there's a lot we have to do. And it takes courage to tell the story that you've been through because, you know, I spent a lot of time as president and I spent 30-some times visits and many more days in Afghanistan and Iraq. And I watch. You know, we have post-traumatic stress, they call it, for soldiers. What's the difference between the post-traumatic stress that a soldier meets in the hills of Afghanistan and a fourth grade kid meets in a classroom when they have to duck and cover? No, I'm serious. And you're here, many of you, and it brings it all back. It brings it all back for your families, your parents, your siblings. And it brings it back for the entire country. It ripples through the nation. I don't know how many times I met with people at events in the country who shake my hand and say, I'm worried. There's been another shooting not far from where I live. I'm scared to send my kid to school. It's had a profound impact. And some people in this room have turned your pain into purpose. I suspect all of you have. Your loss into determination, and your anger, justifiable anger, into a deep-seated commitment. You're the reason why I'm so optimistic about the future of this country, and that's not hyperbole. That's a fact. You're the best educated, most involved, least selfish, and most consequential generation in American history. I'm also optimistic because of leaders like Senator Murphy. Chris, thanks for inviting me today and for organizing this summit. You know, Chris and I have known each other a long time. We grew closer after that December day in 2012. You just elected to the Senate, and Barack and I had just been reelected to the White House. When the soul of Newtown, the soul of Connecticut, the soul of the nation was pierced forever. You've never forgotten that feeling. You've never given up on something that we can never lose, ever lose. Hope. Hope. Same goes for Senator Dick Blumenthal, a great friend. He was Attorney General of my deceased son, was Attorney General of Delaware, another leader in the fight against gun violence. And Governor Lamont, Connecticut delegation, which is incredible. I think on this issue and many others, you're the best delegation in the United States of America. No, that's the truth. I also want to acknowledge the gentle lady from Georgia, Lucy Macbeth. Lucy carries her son Jordan in her heart. She proves you can run for office ending gun violence in the South and you can win. Only by about 20 points or something like that. I've never come close. Lucy, I know this isn't easy for you. You're a real pro, but I know it's not easy for you. I remember. And one of Jill's favorite people in the whole world, and mine, I always introduce her as Mark Kelly is her husband. Ladies and gentlemen, Gabby Gifford. Gabby has more courage than most people I have ever known. I had the honor to bestow the Presidential Medal of Freedom on Gabby, not only for her courage, but her intellect that helped carry this movement. She's not stopping now. She's not stopping now. Gabby, I love you. You're wonderful. And Congressman Larson, thanks for the passport into your district. You've never given up. You've never given up either. And to the state and local leaders, the mayor, others, the dedication to this vital issue is critical. It really is. Look, to the survivors and families, Jill and I, my wife Jill is not here today with me. She is in Delaware right now. She had to go back up. Jill and I have gotten to know many of you over the years. Some of us have become friends for a long time. We've kept in touch. Mark, it's good to see you again and your family. And losses may be different circumstances, but we've shared before something that's helped our family. When my wife and daughter were killed and a tractor trailer struck them, and just after I got elected, my two boys weren't expected to live. And then later when my son Bo, who was the Attorney General and volunteered to spend a year in Iraq, died of stage 4 glioblastoma. My daughter Ashley taped a message to the mirror. The way everything gets to me through my wife and daughter now is they know I have to shave in the morning. So they'll tape on the mirror for real. So I could see it when I was shaving. And one day she left me a quote from Immanuel Kant, who wrote that finding happiness and peace of mind when it seems impossible can be done. He said, you need something to do, someone to love, and something to hope for. Something to do was to fulfill the promise I made to my son Bo and my family, and your families, and you've made too, that I would not retreat from public life and the sadness that I felt afterwards, that I'd stay engaged to solve problems. Someone to love, my family, my kids, my grandkids, and something to hope for. All of you, survivors and advocates, have built real movement with something to hope for. Something to hope for. That your collective trauma and injuries are not going to be in vain. That your friend, your family member, your loved one did not die in vain. That by acting in their memory, you can prevent the next tragedy. You can save life. You can save families. In the process, you can continue to save the country. And I mean that. Look, folks, a year ago, the conventional wisdom was we would never get any Republicans to support gun legislation, period. That was the conventional wisdom. And all the usual obstacles would block us once again. But it didn't happen. Instead, I signed into law the Bipartisan Savers Community Act, which you've referenced several times today, which many have described as the most significant gun safety law in 30 years. And it is. But for me, and for most of you, here's what it really is. It's an important first step. I know it feels like it isn't enough when you turn on the news and see another tragedy in a school a grocery store, a parade, or a place in America. Honestly, I feel like that as well. The facts give us reason to hope, though. So far this year, murder's down in many major cities across the country. There's far too much gun violence, but that's why the summit is so important and why Chris asked me to be here today with the following message. 1 year ago, we did come together. We did hear the call for too many families. Every one of those families, I met at all the places I mentioned. I was there met with every single family. And you know what they'd say? Almost the same phrase. Dick, he'd say, do something. Do something. And the response usually was, my prayers are with you. Well, prayers are fine. They're important. It doesn't happen again, but it's not going to stop it. You have to take action, have to move, have to do something. And so what happened? We began to continue to fight again. Because for a while there were only about 24 of us in the Congress or as vice president or when I was as president who thought anything could be done. We did pass the most meaningful gun safety law in 30 years. We did overcome an unrelenting opposition of the gun lobby to gun manufacturers and so many politicians who hide behind the belief that they'll never have to pay a price for their inaction when they oppose common sense gun legislation. And we beat them. We beat them. And we did it through a bipartisan effort that included a majority of responsible gun owners. Because whether you're Democrats or Republicans, we all want families to be safe. We all want to drop them off at the house of worship, a mall, a movie, a school door, without worrying that's the last time we're ever going to see them. We all want our kids to have the freedom to learn, to read and to write, instead of learning how to duck and cover in a classroom. And above all, we all agree, we are not finished. We are not finished. We are not finished. Look, I know you've had a full day of Summit getting into details of the law, but folks, listen at home. Here's a quick summary of what this law is doing. It's already allowing the Justice Department, through the FBI, to run enhanced background checks on young people under 21 trying to buy a firearm. This legislation has already provided more than $230 million for states to expand the use of tools like the red flag laws, as my son was the first to enforce when he was Attorney General, which says that a court has the right to temporarily remove a firearm where there's danger to themselves or others. More people die from gun violence as a consequence of suicide than anything else that happens in the nation. Suicide. This legislation has already delivered more than $1.5 billion to states and communities to make schools safer, improve access to mental health services, and help young people deal with the grief and trauma resulting from gun violence, post-traumatic stress syndrome. It includes an additional 14,000 mental health professionals hired and trained to work in our schools. The law helps prevent domestic abusers from purchasing guns. I'm the guy that wrote the Violence Against Women Act. I proposed a long time ago. I didn't say it for that reason. But I cared deeply about it because the ultimate abuse, the abuse of power. My dad used to say the single worst abuse of all was the abuse of power. We fought like hell to close the so-called boyfriend loophole. If, in fact, you had a stay-away order issued against a man or a woman because of your boyfriend or girlfriend, and they weren't your spouse, then guess what? They decided, last minute, they decided not to impose this limitation on being able to own a weapon. So we finally can say that those convicted of domestic violence abuse against their girlfriend or boyfriend cannot buy a firearm, period. And by the way, it's already saving lives. There are fewer deaths occurring in that area. For the first time ever, we explicitly made gun trafficking a federal crime. I said, what the hell, it wasn't already? No, I'm serious, think about it. You go home and tell your mother, father, brother, sister, aunt, uncle that, well, gun trafficking is now a crime. They're going to look at it like, what are you talking about? It's always been a crime. It wasn't a crime. We did the same thing for straw purchases. That's when a middleman who can pass the background check buys a gun, usually for someone who can't pass the background check. It's now a federal crime if you do that. And finally, we finally clarified who needs to register as a federal licensed gun dealer. Because a federally licensed gun dealer is required by law to run background checks on those he's selling a weapon to. And in most cities, down in Philadelphia and New York, areas I know well, like up here, you'd see a truck pull to the curb and selling weapons, selling guns, selling AR-15, selling weapons. Well, guess what? You do that now, you go to jail. There's so much more, but the bottom line, if this law had been in place a year ago, lives would have been saved. And it's in place now, and it is saving lives today. We got it done because of you, not a joke. You all think we're being nice to you. You're tough. Thank God. But I really mean it. It's because of you. Moms demand action. Big deal. All of it. No, I really mean it. Because what did you do? And young people coming out, people who you grew up with, who didn't think this was real, the suburbanite Republican man or woman, or Democrat, not just Republican, thinks, well, you know, everything's fine. And all of a sudden they see someone of your caliber, someone of your commitment, walking down the street saying, we got to do something. It matters. It matters, it matters, it matters. And you can feel it, you can taste it, what you're doing. And here's the deal. You're changing the culture, proving we can do more than just thoughts and prayers. You're changing our politics. You're registering voters. You're recruiting candidates. You're getting them elected. You're proving that you're powerful and you're relentless. And it matters. It matters. They know you're not going away. As I just said when I signed the law, the call to action to do more, because I don't see that this was enough, neither do you. Really important. Really, if nothing else happened, we've changed things for the better. So I set out to take as much executive action, that's a fancy word of saying, what can I do as president on my own? Executive action that made it illegal to manufacture so-called ghost guns. I just signed that, and I've said that. It's being challenged in court, but so far, it matters. That allow anyone to assemble a gun at home, bought from several different places in as little as 30 minutes. Come on. These weapons don't have serial numbers. That's why they like to buy them. So criminals can use them, commit crimes, and not leave behind a registration of who owned the weapon. It made it harder for people to buy stabilized braces. Put a pistol on a brace, it turns into a gun. Makes it more, you can have a higher caliber weapon, a higher caliber bullet coming out of that gun. It's essentially turned it into a short barrel rifle, which has been a weapon of choice by a number of mass shooters. Making it easier to buy gun locks and other safe storage at gun stores. If any one of you drove up to the parking lot here today, got out of your car and left a key in your car, and a kid comes along who's 13, 14 years old, gets in your car, takes in a joyride and kills someone, guess what? You're liable. Why should that not be the case? You don't lock up your weapon. Why should that not be the case? Why is that not required? And most gun owners agree with me. We also established a zero tolerance policy for rogue gun dealers who willfully violate the law. Now, instead of a slap on the wrist, their license is revoked. You have a lot of gun dealers who are engaged in shady actions. Well, guess what? It used to be they'd get a fine. Now they lose their license to sell. We established a strike force to crack down on gun trafficking across state lines, including guns brought up from Georgia, South Carolina, Washington, Philadelphia, New York, right here to Hartford. All told, we've taken more executive action to reduce gun violence than any of my predecessors, probably than all my predecessors. They're being challenged in court, but so far, so good. And the budget I submitted to Congress would help reduce crime by increasing funding to go after gun traffickers. And by the way, you know what I get when we're talking about the fentanyl at the border and all that? I speak with the President of Mexico. will you stop sending guns to us? We are sending dangerous weapons, particularly assault weapons, to Mexico. To Mexico. They're asking us, please stop it. Cut it off at the border. What in God's name are we becoming if we don't do this? Look, ladies and gentlemen, for those who say they're concerned about crime, you can't deal with crime without dealing with gun violence. It's a simple proposition. Remember, for a long time in America, car accidents were the leading killer of children. This was mentioned earlier. Then in 2020, guns became the #1 killer of children in America. Guns. More than car accidents, more than cancer. Let me say that again. We can't let that just become another statistic. Guns, the #1 killer of children in the United States of America? Folks, it's time once again that we banned AR-15 rifle style weapons. High-capacity magazines. They're not only a weapon of war, they're the single biggest driver of profits for the gun industry. That's why they're selling them. Profit, 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 the single biggest. As I said, we did it once before in '94, and 10 years after that, the ban was, mass shootings went down significantly, the number of mass shootings. That's when the ban expired, mass shootings tripled. But let the ban on assault weapons, high-capacity magazines come back into vogue. Look, I find it outrageous that of all the industries in America, by the way, I've been doing this a long time. I know I don't look that old, I know. I'm a little under 103. But all kidding aside, I'm going to say something outrageous. I was a pretty powerful senator. I managed some of the biggest committees, judiciary, foreign policy, etc. But I didn't know 10 years ago, I didn't know that their gun manufacturers are immune from liability. I didn't know that. Gun manufacturers. Just imagine how many more people would be dead if the tobacco industry was immune from liability. You couldn't sue the tobacco industry. I'm being deadly earnest. Think about the number of people who would be dead today that are alive because we could sue them, and they paid billions of dollars for the damage they were doing. Well, ladies, we need to end immunity for gun manufacturers. Got to hold them accountable. And it's time we establish universal background checks that require safe storage for firearms. And just remember, the United States of America has the finest fighting force in the history of the world. We provide these same service members with the most lethal weapons on earth. But we also require them to receive significant training before they're allowed to use them. We require extensive background checks and mental health assessment on them before they can allow to use them. We require them to lock them up and store the weapons responsibly, or they're court-martialed and put in jug. These are common sense requirements all gun owners should follow. Every gun owner should be required to have the same requirements held to him or her. We know what to do. Congress needs to act. Let me be clear about something. If this Congress refuses to act, we need a new Congress. And we need states to act as well. Not every state has a governor as competent as Governor Lamont, and I mean that. But they can do a lot more. Look what the gov has done here in this state. Less than 2 weeks ago here in Connecticut, Governor Lamont signed a bipartisan legislation with more than a dozen measures to improve gun safety, from providing open carry and prohibiting open carry and strengthening the ban on assault weapons and ghost guns. Illinois, Washington State passed assault weapons bans this year, bringing the total to 10 states in the District of Columbia. Michigan, Minnesota, Colorado, Vermont passed legislation establishing or strengthening the red flag laws. Now, 21 states, plus the District of Columbia, have red flag laws in effect. Since 2021, 7 states have passed an increase in accountability for the gun industry. I said, at the beginning, they've turned their pain into purpose. They turned your cause into reality. I believe we reached a tipping point in this nation. I really do, swear to God. People in this room are the big reason why we reached that tipping point. As Senator Murphy says, success begets success. But the converse is also true. Failure begets failure. That's why Jill and I, Kamala, and the entire administration are more determined than ever that you should be successful as well. Look, let me close with this. I know many people here who have been impacted by gun violence, lost someone they loved, fought so hard for so many years. A lot of you are tired. You're tired. Now, I get it. Try being 110 and doing it again. All kidding aside, a lot of people are frustrated. My mother, God love her, all 5'1", Captain Gina Finney, she'd look at me and say, Joey, never bow, never bend, never yield, never kneel. We never will on this issue. Never, 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 never. We have a rational policy. Folks, are we ever going to make progress we need to make? I'm here to tell you we cannot give up. We will not get there. I still remember the people I met with in Newtown, in Orlando, in Las Vegas, in Pittsburgh, in Charleston, Parkland, El Paso, Uvalde, Buffalo, Monterey Park, and so many other places that never make the headlines. I've never forgotten them. And I never will forget them. And I'll never stop fighting for them, I promise you. And I believe this is true, that everyone in this room, you'll never stop fighting for them as well. We will ban assault weapons in this country. We will ban multi-round magazines. We will hold gun makers liable. We will beat the gun industry. We will beat big money that sits behind them. And the politicians refuse to stand up and act. It won't be easy. I have no illusions how fiercely they'll fight back, but I also have no illusions about the people in this room. Look at what you've already done here in Connecticut and around the country. Look at the movement you've built. Look at the people you've helped elect. Look at the progress you've made in state houses. Look at all the mothers organizing all across the country. Listen to the young people who've spoken out here today. They're speaking for a whole generation. And they will not be ignored. They will not be shunned. They will not be silent. In this moment, we have to remember what I got to know him, Nelson Mandela, when I tried to get to Africa, to South Africa to meet him. And he came back and he met me when he was finally freed. He met me at the White House. And he looked at me, and I swear to God, it wasn't unique to me, I'm sure. He said, it always seems impossible until it gets done. There's nothing beyond our capacity. That's the power of memory of your loved one. That's the power of this movement. That's the power of America. Our lives and the lives of our nation find purpose. Something to do, someone to love, something to hope for. We have just keep going and keep the faith. Every time I walk out of my Grandpa Finnegan's house in Scranton, he yelled, Joey, keep the faith. My grandmother would yell, no, Joey, spread it. Remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. We can get this done. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean it. Thank you. Now, as some of you know, I'd usually come down and say hi to all of you. They'd tell me there's a storm coming in. Is that right? Is that still the deal? That's the truth. Now, don't make a lie. As that scene in the John Wayne movie, don't make me a dog-faced lion pony soldier. All right, well, I tell you what. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask the White House photographer to come up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand. I usually shake everybody's hand. But I'm going to stand in front of each section. No, I really mean it. And if you can see the camera, they can see you. And it's the least consequential part of this whole meeting for you. I promise. All right? God save the Queen, man.